Hi guys, how is everyone? How are you doing today? Give me a second just to make sure everything's okay. I'll go on Discord in a second. Right. So first thing I want to start off with like a bit of YouTube advice or YouTube like a statement before we fully get into it. So I've got a friend who wants to start YouTube, and he messaged me. He said I want to do gaming sort of like you do, but he just plays some different games to me. He plays like Madden and some sports games and stuff like that. And he's not live in the stream now. He's going to be watching the video when he gets home tonight. But I've said I'll put it at the start of the stream for him. So hello Liam. Anyway, so if you want to grow on YouTube, as a better idea, this is more specifically targeted at gamers. It might apply to some other content as well, but I don't know because they're not what I make content on. They're not what I've invested hundreds of hours researching and, trying to get better at my craft. But for gaming YouTubers, you can't come to YouTube and make one video a week or 2 or 3 videos a week. You can't. There are some YouTubers that might succeed at it, but they're probably already got massive established bases and are extremely high production in terms of like their editing quality and the editing software. When you're starting out, you're not going to have any of those things. So when you're starting out, especially, but if you are a small gaming content creator, you need to be doing at least daily uploads. I'm not going to send a link for the videos. That's for you to determine yourself. Some channels might do a bit of a shorter content, some might do longer content. But you need to do 1 video a day, like a bare minimum, in my opinion. If you're not doing 1 video a day as a gaming channel, you're not doing it right or as good for yourself on YouTube. You need to be doing that 1 video a day on the low end. Other channels might like, if you had like a gardening channel, that's seasonal, things like that. iMatrix, with those, you're probably different. You can probably get away with 1 video a week or 1 video every 2 weeks or a month or something. But more so for gaming, since that's where my knowledge is at, you need to be doing 1 video upload every single day. 1 a day. If you can't manage 1 video upload a day, you're going to find it a lot harder to grow. I'm not saying that you shouldn't try and grow, but you're going to find it a lot harder to grow. When I started out, I was doing, I think, 3 videos a week. Didn't really help me that much. And then I started doing 5. That got a bit better. I went to daily, and it got a lot better. But I'm still a small channel, but that's because, like an idiot, I took a 5-year gap where I went onto Twitch. If I'd have stayed on YouTube, I'd be well over 1,000 subscribers by now. Massively so. And also, the next piece of advice is, don't get stuck into one game or one genre. I was thinking, I'm alright buddy, I'm just giving some advice to a friend who's going to be starting YouTube, that's all. Don't get stuck into one game or one genre. So like, I know you like playing Madden, don't just make content about Madden. Don't just make content about sports games. Give yourself some variety. So if there's 2 or 3 genres of games that you like, I like probably 4 or 5. I make content on those 4 or 5 and try and find games in those genres that I like. I don't like every genre because, like, unlike you, I don't like sports games. I don't like racing games. I think they're boring. But that's my opinion. There are other people out there that do like those types of games, and there is an audience for them. But don't just make one genre of game or one game in particular. That's a losing scenario where it will take you a lot longer to grow, if at all. And what the growth you probably could obtain in 3 years might take you 13 years. So don't limit yourself to just one game or one genre. If there's other genres and games you do like, then expand a little. And I know that you played Skyrim before, so example, if you like open world games, play some open world games. That's just a bit of advice to a friend. With that said, hello Matrix, and how's your day going, my brother? And let's get on to a topic. Matrix, I'll ask you a question. Do you know a game all called Sea of Thieves? I've got paper here with notes on. Or at least topics on, shall I say. Let me jump on Discord as well. So one of the topics that Jamie brought up to me, which was surprising, Sea of Thieves used to be, I think, an Xbox exclusive, and it's now been put on the PlayStation 5, which obviously has caused some rift with people who are like Xbox fanboys, but PlayStation players are loving it. How would it have heard of Sea of Thieves? I was tempted to play. Well, I've seen the game. It's not a game that massively appeals to me because I'm not that big on like pirate and ship warfare games, but graphically it looked okay. And then I saw the fight with the Megalodon and the Kraken. They were pretty fucking cool. They were some like big fucking sea boss type things. Well, Jamie said for about, I think, 4 or 5 days, it was the #1 download on PlayStation Network. And even now, he said it's in the top 5 of pre-orders. So it looks like there's a large player base waiting for that on PlayStation. So it's interesting to know that although there might be, you're gonna obviously have a mix of people. You're gonna have just PlayStation players, just Xbox players, and you're gonna have 2 like overlapping circles. And in the middle, you're gonna have some people who play on both, or will own both consoles, or play both Xbox and PlayStation. So when some consoles go across network, they love it, and this is why I don't think any console or any platform should have exclusives. Everyone should be able to play every game. And it's better for the developers of the games, because it means they can sell more copies. Because people who are like stuck on the platforms don't really want to gravitate away from them. I'm largely a Steam guy. Most of my games are on Steam. There's the odd exceptions where like you've got Path of Exile, I've got their own website, but that's free to play. But I think with some of the exclusives moving over, it shows there's a potential large player base on PlayStation Network that wants to have a crack at Sea of Thieves. And what you've got to think of is now, if they can make that much more money from selling that, alright, PlayStation gets a cut, but I think PlayStation will take like, 20 or 30%, same as Steam. You're still taking 70%. 70% of something is better than 100% of nothing. If you're not even selling to that audience, you can't make a single penny. So from a company standpoint, and bear in mind, Microsoft and Sony, the parent companies, 2 of the biggest companies on the planet, you know they know about business, and they're going to have people a lot more business smart and orientated than me. I'm surprised they haven't thought, well, hang about, we can make a shitload of money if we just ship our exclusives to other consoles and other platforms. And if, for the love of God, if you do any PC ports, don't do a Capcom and make it like Resident Evil 4. Make them actually good. Because I've heard also about Dragon's Dogma 2, and apparently the port on that is a bit choppy. And one of the developers in a interview said it was 30 frames per second. I'm like, 30? I'll get more than that on my fucking Xbox 360. Fucking 30 frames. Yeah, I think every game, realistically these days, on the minimum end, should be targeting 60 to 80 frames on the low end. And then on the higher end, anything from 100, 120, 140 on up. But at least get 60 to 80 frames out of a game. Because it'll make your game so much smoother to play and watch as well. I mean, like 30 frames, I've got technology in my monitor called G-Sync. G-Sync allows the graphics card to take control of the monitor and instantly display frames. It's much faster, much more smooth. And that switches off at 30 frames. That tells you how bad 30 frames is. It only operates from 31 frames and up. At 30 frames, it disables itself. Because it deems that the game's too shit to fucking operate. And that's a modern day chip technology from Nvidia. So it's like, if that's not telling you something, I don't know what is. But yeah, 30 frames should have stopped being a thing probably like 8 to 10 years ago on like the low end. Fucking, it's absolutely terrible. You don't want, I mean, even there, 1080p 60. This is on YouTube. Obviously, it's playback on YouTube. I record my videos though in generally 100 to 120 frames. Some of them I think I did score on 80 frames. But I don't record in less than that. It's just, no. My computer can handle better than that, even though it might not show completely that on the platform. I don't want to be displaying really low, shitty frames. It's awful. I don't know what your guys' take on it is. What do you think about frames? I mean, I know you've got console, Kyle. I'm not sure about Matrix. But I think 30 frames is outdated. It's past its time. That's for some of your older, more choppy games. I think the industry's well beyond that at this point. Especially when people are talking about 2K and 4K. If you can't run a game in full HD at 60 frames, why should 2K and 4K even be considered? Because most graphics cards can't run games at 2K and 4K in 60 frames anyway. They struggle in a lot of cases. So you've either got to lower the graphics down and the thingy down, the quality on it from HD, from like 2K and 4K, or you've got to probably run like dual graphics cards, because your machine's going to be stressing the fuck out. I wouldn't want to try and run something like Metro Exodus or Scorn in 4K. Because they're not amazing graphic games, but they're not bad. And those, trying to run them in those sorts of things, that'd stress your machine out, something fierce. Especially if you're trying to stream it at the same time. If you're just recording it, you might get away with it, but if you're trying to stream it, fucking hell. Problem is that from a console point of view, consoles have been limited by TVs. So on the last few years, that 60 has become the standard. 120 is still not that available at the right price. Don't get me wrong, I understand that, because console is more of a TV thing. Even our consoles, and they're attached to LSTV. But 60 frames, I can agree with. 60 frames is okay. I can live with the 60 frames, because YouTube operates in 60 frames. YouTube doesn't operate above 60 frames. So even if you run a video in 2K or 4K, it still gets capped at 60 frames. You're not getting it higher than that. But 30 frames is half that amount. And that had been phased out quite a while ago for a lot of games. Yet Capcom just brought out a new AAA title with a AAA premium price tag, and it's running at 30 frames. And that's even on console. And they ported it over to PC, and it looks and feels like shit. You've got janky movement from your character. Your pawns, whatever they're called, like your NPC guys, keep committing suicide and falling off of cliffs and stuff. So fucking weird. So initially that game to me looked really good. Now I'm not actually that interested in it. I'm probably going to end up avoiding it altogether, I'm not sure. It's just... I like my games to be smooth and to play well. For me, gameplay's 90% of a game. Maybe 85. Call it 85. 85% is the gameplay, how the game plays. Is it smooth? Is it crisp? Does it play well? Or is it janky? You know, if it plays well, the game will generally be good for me to play. I'll enjoy it. 10% of it is the story. And then 5% of it is the graphics and whatever else. Graphics can be okay in some games, but like, I'm playing like Solemn Infernum, a strategy game. That hasn't got amazing graphics, but it's a good game. It hasn't got an amazing story, but it's a good game. It plays well. For me, graphics is irrelevant. There you go, Duke. For me, it's pretty much the same way. Graphics to me is like 5% or less. There are plenty of games out there that are really, really good games that don't have good graphics. You don't even need good graphics for some of them. If you've got good gameplay and a decent story, generally that will carry most games. But if you've got a good story but your gameplay's like shit, although you've got a nice story, if your game's really janky and horrible to play, you're like, what the fuck is going on? People probably won't play it. Now, if the gameplay's really good but the story's kind of shit, you might get away. If the game plays really well and it's smooth, most people will probably still play your game. But it depends how story-driven I suppose the game is. Like example, like you look like Monster Hunter World, that's not really a story-driven game. That's why everyone calls the campaign its tutorial. So on that one, you've not really got much of a campaign. The campaign's kind of shit. It's not story-driven. And bear in mind, your character's got like no fucking dialogue whatsoever. It is like a fucking bot or something. So some games will get with it, some games won't. Like a game that I'm playing at the moment as well, Last Epoch. Last Epoch, ARPG, fucking fantastic. For me, actually probably better than Path of Exile. I think it's probably the best RPG I've ever played. Obviously, PoE 2's coming out, and that's going to have WASD support. I'm hoping Last Epoch might implement that in as well. Because I know Diablo 4 are doing, but Diablo, obviously, are both shit. They went shit from 3 onwards. 1 and 2 were the only ones that were good. But with the ARPG that I'm playing, you have 5 abilities, but you choose out of 26 options. You have 16 with the Lich and 17 with the Necromancer or Warlock. And you get to choose 5 of them. And then when you choose one of those abilities, you have like a skill tree that comes off it. And that's got loads of passives attached to that skill to make it like make your particular power better. So like in my case, I've gone with a full Lazy Boy minion build. So all I'm doing is I'm taking minions. So I've got skeletons, I've got my golem, I've got 2 wraiths, I've got skeletal mages who I can make into a death knight or death knights, but I'm going to make one big badass death knight. I have like Arthur's. And then you've got these exploding zombies, which basically that becomes your attack. Rather than having your melee attack anymore, you just summon zombies, and they go charging at the enemy and blow themselves up. When they blow themselves up, the more health they've got, the more health or barrier you get in return. But I just love the simplicity of that side of it. The complexity comes in the crafting. But the having to choose just 5 abilities and power them up is so fucking good. It's so good. Anyone could get into that game. And at least they're not charging like fucking 50 quid or something. It's like a £30 game. It's a reasonable price for a game. Graphics are good. Story's okay. You know, it's nothing mind-blowing story-wise, but I haven't completed the game yet, so I don't completely know. But it's got a lot of time travel in it, so it's kind of confusing as well. It's a bold statement, as I know you love D2. I do, but you've got to bear in mind, right, D2... Obviously, again, as Duke said, graphics aren't really important, but graphically it's a bit dated, but it is still click to move. I always had that one gripe with the RPGs of click to move. Like, why can't they put in WASD support? And now PoE have announced that they're doing it. Diablo 4 have announced they're going to do it, and I'm hoping Last Epoch follows suit and they do it. Because most games these days use WASD to move. It's pretty much fucking universal. Because you feel like you've got nothing to do with your left hand. So having that to move them, I can then bind all my abilities to my mouse, which is what I do in like most other games. And it is a good game. The only thing I wish they would take from D2 is Diablo 2. I think you can play with up to 8 players in co-op. Last Epoch you can only play with 4. Because once I get to the end game, I'm going to start playing with some friends online. So we can then have a team of 4 people just going around murdering big bosses and stuff. It'll be awesome. I love the inclusion of things like that in what potentially can just be a single player game, because they've also, this is what's even better, bear in mind, compare this to like a AAA company like Blizzard. Last Epoch has an offline mode, so you can play the game offline. You don't need an internet connection, you ain't gonna worry about lag, you can play it offline. The only downside is you can't trade with other players, but one of the end game systems in it, which is what I'm going to use anyway, you haven't got to trade with other players. It allows you to find additional higher quality loot. So they've really, really thought about the game. And they thought, right, what can we do for some of these things? The only thing I think, from what I've heard, is like a more negative standpoint, is they need to make some harder end game content. But I'm not there yet, so I don't really have a take on that. But with it being an ARPG, you can always add in more content later on. It ain't got to be we're stuck with these, I don't know, say they've got 20 bosses. We're stuck with these 20 bosses. You can add in more content as you go. Because most ARPGs do like seasonal stuff anyway. So you can just add in more difficult bosses later on. It's not a problem. That's something they can always just add to. But the game, how it plays, how it looks, and the fact that it's simple to use. I mean, I went on Path of Exile the other night, and in Path of Exile you have 7 abilities. That's still not bad, but 5's even better. And on Path of Exile you can't really make a full minion type build like my Necromancer on this one. You've got something a little bit different, sort of. But it's not bad, but the problem is in Path of Exile, the skill trees are really, really fucking complex. Really complex. With all the passives and shit. And a lot of things in Path of Exile can one-shot you. I got killed last night twice on the last area of the game. I didn't even know what killed me. I just died. Whatever hit me went through my entire barrier. I've got a 1,500 barrier and I've got 2,200 health. And it went straight through my barrier and through my health and killed me. I was like, I didn't know what happened. So it turns out there was some sort of like mini boss mob in the pack somewhere, but it must have been off screen and had some ranged attack. I didn't even see what hit me. Because bear in mind I've got an army of minions. I've got like, I think, 6 or 7 zombies. I've got a chaos golem. I've got a couple of spectres. I've got some Val skeletons. I've got a couple of things around. So my minions were just murdering theirs, and then I just got deleted. I was like, what? What the fuck? I didn't honestly know what caught me. Now, I've seen some of the gameplay from Path of Exile 2, because that's coming out. They have delayed it, but what the developer said were, it wants you to go into every boss encounter, it wants you to die twice, and kill it on the 3rd attempt. Now, it does appear that the game's much harder in the beginning. Apparently, they've simplified the skill trees and stuff, so that should appeal more to newer players, because they're going to still run PoE 1 alongside PoE 2. So I'm guessing PoE 1 is going to be for more the hardcore mouse and click player base. And then for the people who like that more complex systems, PoE 2 is going to be a little bit more simple on the systems, but the gameplay is going to be harder. Because the white mobs in it, like your normal trash mobs, they're not trash mobs in this game. They actually put up a fight. As you get better gear later on, you appear to have a bit of an easier time. But I don't know how that's going to correlate into the higher areas of the game. Because the people who went over there to play could only play the first act. But apparently some of the bosses are really, really good. And from what I've seen, gameplay-wise, they do appear to be. So that looks quite interesting. So I'll be definitely giving Path of Exile 2 a go when that comes out. And doing a campaign playthrough of it and seeing what they've got to offer. And seeing how much I can make a dirty lazy boy necromancer build. I love my necromancers. You'd have thought with me, because I used to love my barbarians the most with a whirlwind build. But I actually like the necromancers more. It's a kind of like a guy going to you and what army? And then just going, this army. It's kind of like the, what's his name? That dickhead out of Game of Thrones. The Night King. When he just stands on that dock, and he just literally raises up his arms, and all the dead that he killed just stand back up. And he's like, that's not creepy at all. And the fact that army is completely silent. Normally you've got armies like cheering and wooting and whatever and fucking screaming. And they just stood there looking at you like you're a piece of meat. It's like, oh my god. Fucking terrifying. That scene for me, that was one of the best episodes. I liked that one, Battle of the Bastards. Battle for Winterfell were weird, because I know all the Total War community all slated it because the tactics were complete crap. Because it's like, who sends Dothraki cavalry, that are medium cavalry at best, into the middle front line of the enemy? You harass the flanks. You don't go straight into the jaws of the enemy. You don't do that. So they got ripped apart by that. But then the When they filmed it, it was that dark, you couldn't see half what was going off. It was like, I'm like, what am I looking at here? You can't see some of the shit. And then when dragons are in them clouds, you can't see no. It's like, alright, where's the TV series in this? Oh, and that was another part, actually, in case Liam does still watch this point. Another reason to always make one video a day on YouTube, if you compare yourself to like what you're competing with, other forms of digital entertainment, so like TV series, most TV series will do one episode a week. Now, they've got A-list and B-list actors, and they've got several hundred to a couple of thousand people working on a production with some of the best editors and software on the planet. You can't compete with that. Almost no YouTuber can. Maybe you might have the odd ones like Mr. Beast, things like that, but the majority of YouTubers can't compete with a TV series that's well financed. You can't. So if you're making one video a day, one video a week, and they're making one video a week, and your video goes live on the same day as a TV program somebody wants to watch, and they've got limited time, and they can only say watch 30 to 45 minutes, they're probably going to pick the TV series over your video. But if you make one video a day, and you're putting out 7 a week, and this video's only got one episode a week, they've got the other 6 days to watch your content. So you've got more chance of getting views from your people when you want them on that day. 'Cause bear in mind on YouTube as well, it's not exact, but the more views, likes and comments you get when the video or stream's gone live, the better it is with the algorithm. Because the algorithm thinks, ooh, that's doing well, I'll promote it. If your video's dead on views for like a fucking week, and then gets some views from your subscribers, it might not be enough then to even get it promoted. Sometimes they can go back and promote videos from weeks, even months ago. I've heard some even say years. But me personally, I've never seen that. Some channels that might have, but I haven't. From my personal experience, like with gaming content as a gaming channel, some gaming content I think goes out of date or irrelevant very quickly. Obviously, if you're doing a playthrough, you're having a laugh, you're still showing your opinion, your authentic reactions to the game that you're playing. That's always, I suppose, in some way relevant. But if the game came out, say, 7 years ago, and everyone's playing the new games that are coming out now, you've got to think about that. Play off that sometimes. Sometimes the more newer content does a lot for you. Like, I played Scorn, I think that came out last year, so that's relatively new. Last Epoch, and Helldivers from you, Kyle. And they've actually been doing quite well. And across the channel over the last month, a lot of the subs have come from those 3 games. So sometimes the newer content will have more eyes focused on it. There's more people searching for it on YouTube. Now, not always, but it is a good way to maybe get some extra eyes on your content that wouldn't see it, and get it watched as soon as the video goes out. That's why sometimes I think there's a little bit of bias sometimes in the industry, because you've got bigger content creators. Obviously, gaming developers will go to them and say, do you want to get early access key to our game? So they might get early access for like a week. So they can put out some content that gives a big channel an even bigger advantage, because they're putting out content before anyone else has even got access to the game. So sometimes you've got that industry bias where you're playing against that. But it depends on what sort of, I suppose, videos those content creators are putting out about it. They might just cover bits here and there or parts they're interested in. They might not cover the entire thing. And even then, the unique thing in every single video is you. It's you, the person behind the screen. Not everyone uses a camera. There are lots of faceless YouTube channels, so you don't have to use a camera if you don't want to. I started not using a camera. I prefer it now because it adds some more context to it. You see the person on the screen, you see my reactions, which my girlfriend is always laughing at when I get scared by something, or I'll lose my fucking shit at something. And obviously, you need to do at least audio. Because what I got asked a questionnaire last night, I filled in a questionnaire. I think I linked you guys one of the screenshots in the Spooks channel on Discord. It's one of the new features YouTube's thinking about, which I think is a brilliant idea, by the way. Anyone from YouTube sees it, fucking great idea. There was actually 2 ideas on it. I only showed you one of them. I think giving some smaller channels a chance to be seen in the spotlight can potentially open up revenue streams for the sites themselves, both YouTube, Twitch, Kick, TikTok, whatever. I know it makes sense to invest in their bigger creators that have already got an established audience, but it doesn't mean there aren't hidden gems out there. Like a guy this year almost got Streamer of the Year, had been streaming over the past year to 2 viewers, and now he streams to over 30,000 people, and he's been streaming every single day for a lot of hours. That guy's putting work. Depends on person, I guess. I watch every single Slim Inferno video, even if in general strategy games or not what gets most views. To be fair, Duke, my strategy games actually still do well on views compared to some of the variety ones. If you went onto my channel, looked at videos, and you go by views, a lot of the strategy games actually do a lot better than some of the variety games. Not all of them. Some of them really well, like some of the Scone videos popped off recently massively. They got like thousands of views. But then again, I got a couple of thousand views on some Warhammer guides. So some of those strategy games don't do bad. They don't do bad. Solemn Infernum's done a lot better for this channel than what I thought. So you can still have your own niche, yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, you can have your own niche, yeah, absolutely. Don't like, you ain't got to deviate from your niche. If you're one of these people like me who just love strategy games, that's why I do 2 videos a day. And one is just for strategy games, and that will never change. Because I love strategy games. Strategy games is a very niche gaming audience. Example, somebody I like that I've watched, he's a very skilled player, more than entertaining. He's like high on the skill threshold. He's Legends Total War. Legends recently got over 500,000 subscribers. But it's taken like, I think 13, 14 years to get there. Where a variety channel by comparison, in the same time frame, could be on a couple of million subscribers, if not more. So variety gives you more option to, I suppose, probably grow faster on YouTube, but not necessarily always make the content you want to make. I like strategy games. That's why I always have them 2 sections for them. Because there'll be some people who like strategy and variety, some will just like the variety, some will just like the strategy. I like both. So I make content for both. And there are some good strategy games coming out later on this year as well. There's a good RTS coming out. There's like Command and Conquer, but with much better graphics. And there's another turn-based strategy game coming out that looks pretty good as well. A bit more in-depth graphically than Solemn Infernum. And when you actually have a battle, it shows all your units on the field, but then they're auto-controlled by the AI. And your armies go at each other. So I can't wait for that one. I think it's called Songs of Silence. Looks really, really good. So I can't wait to make some content out of that. As for Command and Conquer as well. I think the first Command and Conquer video goes up. Let me just check for you. Because I remember somebody was asking, and I forgot to let him know when it was. It goes up on the 30th of March. Command and Conquer Part 1 with the GDI remastered. I'm going to do GDI first, then I'm going to do Nod, and then I'm going to go on to Command and Conquer Red Alert remastered and do Allies and Soviets. Newer games are a way to appeal to other people who will hopefully go on and see your more niche content. It's true. But example is a video I heard about a bit back, not ages back, but like last year, probably as I started doing variety. Do any of you two remember a game called Wing Commander? Like an old style Star Wars space shooter game. Like quite kind of retro. It might actually be beyond your times, actually. I think I'm probably just that fucking old. But this Wing Commander game anyway, a guy recently made a video out of it, and he got something ridiculous like 120,000 views or something insane. His video popped off. And then I think he released it as like a 12-hour video or something, rather than a playlist. Because some people prefer playlists, where you can watch it in smaller segments. He did it as one big 12-hour video. Because what YouTube is really good at is remembering where you left the video paused, and then you can resume when you come back to it later on. I think I remember Wing Commander. It's a really, really old game. But obviously, your retro gaming scene, your older audience like me, will remember those games and probably watch them. Because bear in mind, there recently was a survey or a census done. The average age of a gamer now is like 37. That's 1 year younger than me. That's the average age of a gamer. So there might be a lot of gamers coming up, but there are still a lot of gamers above my age in some cases. So there's a DOS era. It's an older game, yeah. But it obviously still had appeal. People wanted to watch it and thought, all right. You know, because at the end of the day, if you, we all know this, I tried it for years on Twitch, is if you stream or make content about the brand new thing all the time, if you like follow trends, essentially, that won't always work for you. Because if you follow trends, all the big content creators are doing it, all the medium-sized content creators are doing it, and then a lot of the small trend-following content creators are as well. It's not the best, practice to like grow. Sometimes you need to do games that are a little bit older, that people might still find interesting and enjoyable from back in the day, so you can hit an audience that others aren't hitting. So to make games like that on new systems. For that one, it is, yeah, I would agree. I think there was something I heard about recently, which was like a Star Wars-esque game, where you're playing like a squadron. And I can't remember what it's called. I'm not sure if it's actually called Star Wars Squadrons. I can't remember. And there's a Star Wars game coming out that's kind of like that, but like more up-to-date graphics. Because that is a game that would be probably better with better graphics. That is one of those games that would appreciate the better graphics. Well, like your strategy games, they don't need amazing graphics to be a good game. They just need to have not too much complexity, because then you might drive off any target audience, but I suppose most strategy games do anyway, because you could use your brain. But a level of complexity, and then just good systems in the game, where you can then try and make either viable armies or viable empires. They need to be readable. Yes, they need to be readable, yes. You need to have people as well who don't have what I call cod brain. When people have got cod brain, it's basically, it's not always a bad thing for the simplicity. So your 4-5 buttons, something simple. But COD players download the game, install it, queue up, jump into the game. When you've got to go on the game and you've got to manage an economy, you've got to research technologies, you've got to keep your people happy. They're like, I've got to do all that. Really, that doesn't sound fun. Sounds boring. But that's those kind of people. They have that brain. They have a very simple brain where they want to just play quick, fast action sort of thing. Just got to go that way. Where Last Epoch, for example, for me, that's a simpler game. You've only got 5 abilities, simple to play, but it's got a complexity in its crafting system. Its crafting system is really complex, but I like that. But that's something you can do whenever you want to. I haven't done much crafting at the moment. I'm going to do my crafting probably at the end game. You can be able to tell which unit is which. That's why even some new RTS with nice graphics fail compared to some 20-year-old ones. Probably, yeah. That's why. Let me see if I can bring it up. Yeah, I'll bring it up on here. There is a game. There's this one here, Songs of Silence. That's more grand strategy. Where's that other one? This one. This one here looks like modern day graphics Command and Conquer. It's an RTS game. That looks really good. When that comes out, I'll be playing the fuck out of that. Apparently there's 3 different factions, so I'll be doing a campaign playthrough of each. And that will be getting played. I mean, the tank in it, in that screenshot there, it looks like a tank out of Halo. Looks like one of the Scorpions. But it looks really good. But that is a game that I think is going to have promise, because it'll hit the nostalgia feel for Command and Conquer players. That one of the reasons why Warcraft 3 Reforged graphics are worse than the original. Yeah, Warcraft 3 Reforged, I don't know what that was. I honestly don't know. I had high hopes for that, but when it came out and I saw the reviews, I was like, what the fuck have they done here? I'm like, if I need to play that, I'll just play the one I've already got. It's dire. I don't know what they did with that. I really don't. It's like, do the people didn't know what a remaster actually is? So I remember them, they said, the player base said to the devs, don't reforge World of Warcraft or reforge Diablo, because you'll fuck it up. You'll just ruin the game. There are good remasters, and there are bad remasters. 2 examples I'll give of these. Resident Evil 2 and 3 are good remasters. I played them, no crashes, no jankiness, better graphics, slightly altered story. Resident Evil 4, complete dog shit. It was a poor quick port from console to PC by Capcom, although for some reason it was highly rated by a lot of people, probably ones on console I imagine, because it probably played well on console, and it played like shit. It crashed on me 8 times, and it's a AAA title. I was so disappointed in that game. StarCraft had a good one, and it was done before that. StarCraft, yeah, I mean, StarCraft was one of the last RTS games that still had a dominant esports scene. Not sure if it still does, but that was one that had a dominant esports scene. But I think why a lot of people got afraid of like RTS things, as me and you spoke about once before, Duke, you can't compete with those people. Those people have got so many actions per minute. It's ridiculous. If I tried to play against one of those guys, I'd be like, what the fuck's going on here? I'd be dead before I fucking knew what happened. But you ain't got to always play a game competitive. You can play a game to your own speed. Like my campaign playthrough I'm doing a Command & Conquer. I haven't played it since when I was a kid. So I'm just going to play it at my own speed. That's what I'm going to do with it. I'm just going to play it at my own pace, at my own speed. I ain't going to rush it for anybody. And then just enjoy myself with it. But I think the strategy genre is in a strange place right now, where grand strategy I think still going to be niche and probably always will be niche. I think it's probably a little bit too complex, and for some people a bit slow paced to appeal to everyone. RTS is different. I think RTS has got a lot of promising games coming up, where that potentially could bring RTS back into the mainstream. Not necessarily competitive, like in esports, but where you could start to see people taking note of RTS games again. Not all games have to be balanced for esports, they can just be fun. I agree completely, I agree. And I'll be honest, I don't think games should be built for esports. I don't. It's like what I've said about World of Warcraft recently. World of Warcraft, I found this out more recently. I was speaking to some people who were still on the scene. When they designed the mythic raid bosses for every new raid, when they first designed the bosses, they're designed for the top 20 or 30 guilds in the world. Why would you make it for the top 20 or 30 guilds in the world? Why would that even be a thing? That's like, what, a couple hundred people globally? That's not even 0.01% of your player base. So they make it for the top 20 or 30 guilds, then they've got to nerf all the bosses so the top 100 guilds can kill them. So that's your Hall of Fame guilds. Then they've got to nerf them again for the top 500. They've got to nerf them again for the top 1,000. And nerf them again for the top 5,000. And that's roughly about 2% of the mythic raiding, of the raiding player base. And it's like, what? So you've got to nerf it 4 times after release? If I were the developer being asked to nerf that, I'd be like, are you kidding me? It's at that point where the content is too hard, and that's for it being designed with add-ons. They've got add-ons and weak that sometimes just make the mechanics irrelevant. Like I mentioned in my World of Warcraft video, ideas to improve it. The Among Us mechanic on one of the bosses from the Jailer raid. They had a weak developed in less than an hour that completely nullified that entire mechanic that Dev had spent time making. They need to get rid of add-ons in the game, they really do. Get rid of all add-ons so you can play the game add-on free and make it so other add-ons can't be added to the game ever. And anything that people want as a quality of life, like Bag-On or something like that, Blizzard can make it in the game and stop being lazy shits. Get them to make their own version of Bag-On in the game as part of the base game. They ain't got to keep updated every single patch. I hate add-ons, Duke. I hate my passion. That's why I was asked the other day. I was asked by somebody in comment. I think it was actually on the community tab. Said, "Are you done with World of Warcraft, or do you plan on going back at some point?" I would like to go back to World of Warcraft at some point in the future, if the game's changed. If it's not changed, then no, I won't. But if I do go back, it will be to play one game mode only, Vanilla Classic. I'd make a guild with you guys, but just have casual fun raids, no add-ons required. You do not need add-ons to kill vanilla raid bosses. You can kill them without add-ons. I know you can because I did it before. Because when I first played the game, add-ons were very sparse and rudimentary. Majority of people didn't use them. I went through all Molten Core, Blackwing's Lair, Onyxia's Lair, Zol Gurub, and AQ20 with no add-ons. I only brought in, I think, one add-on, which I think it was Bigwigs or Deadly Boss mods. And I put one add-on on for AQ40 and the first Wing of Nax. And that was it. I did all the raid bosses without add-ons. Because you don't need them for vanilla. And that's how all the games should be. You shouldn't require add-ons. What they need to do is remove the add-ons and then change the bosses so they can be killed without add-ons, but keep them at a level where it's competitive, if that's the case. But personally, I don't think catering to a 10% hardcore player base is a good idea. They need to cater to the 80% mid-core players, so everyone can get access to the game. And if it'll cater to the mid-core, it'll cater to the sub-casuals as well, the bottom 10%. So you've got 90% of your player base enjoying the game. If all the hardcore elite people that play 10 hours a day and no life it say, "Oh, there's no challenge anymore, we're leaving game," bye. Don't let door it way out. Fuck off. See you later. You don't cater to 10% of your player base. I don't care that they play it 10 hours a day. That's not gonna. It doesn't make them any more money. They're still paying the same subscription fee as everyone else. If they want to go and play something harder, fuck off and play League of Legends. That's got an actual fucking massive skill curve in it. Go and play CSGO. Go and play something that's designed to be difficult and hard. But they want to make a PvE game hard, where it's them versus the environment without having to have player versus player interactions. MMOs shouldn't be an esport. None of them. It's a massive multiplayer online game. I don't know why they would try and cater it to an elite esports scene. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, for me, the two best versions of World of Warcraft, Vanilla and Burning Crusade. Because Burning Crusade, it did have heroic dungeons, which I didn't really like, but it allowed the all dungeons to become relevant. Because you could do the low-level dungeons at max level at 70, and it made them relevant. So, because it kept content relevant, I was okay with it. I overlooked that. And to be fair, there was still, relatively easy to do. But in Burning Crusade, there was still only one raid difficulty. They brought in heroic raids in Wrath of the Lich King. Now, the Wrath of the Lich King brought them to their highest peak. I think that was more so because of Arthas and the storyline with the Lich King. Otherwise, I don't think it would have done that well, in some cases. I don't like the idea of heroic raids or mythic raids. I think both should be gotten rid of. There should be one raid difficulty and that's it. And if some guilds kill it fast, fine. Some don't, and take the time with it, it's fine. But then they should add in more raids. Different size raids as well. Let me catch up with some of your stuff. Like most of Command & Conquer, especially RA, Red Alert, are not balanced at all, but they are still fun. And this is the thing as well, right? Recently, we were talking about it, me and Kyle, for Helldivers. Helldivers have been nerfing some of the guns in the game, and then buffing others. I don't agree with nerfs. I do not like nerfs in any game. If you bring out a game and something's overpowered, and it's not a PvP game, why do you need to balance it at all? You shouldn't need to rebalance or nerf anything. If something's broken and overpowered, keep it broken and overpowered. And if you want to have other things that have some more playability on the game, buff the other things up to their level. Don't nerf that down to theirs. Always be buffing, never be nerfing. That's what it should be. Nerfs shouldn't exist. They really, really shouldn't. Especially not in PvE content. If it's PvP game and it's like CSGO, League, Overwatch, something like that, they're PvP games from the outset. They've got to have a level of balance to keep it fair so one team can't just steamroll all the others. But if it's a PvE game, the player versus the AI versus the environment, there should be no reason to nerf things. They're not hurting anyone, they're playing against the computer. If they complete your content somewhat fast, who cares? Is your player base having fun? As a developer, that's the question you should be asking. If your players love your game and are going to bat for you on the forums defending it, then you've made a good game. That's all you need to think about. It doesn't need to be, oh, this is too powered, there's too many people using it. Who cares? If they're having fun, let them use it. What's it hurting? Hurting nothing. And if your bosses are getting completely steamrolled, you know what you do? Buff your bosses. Don't nerf the build. Buff your bosses to make them harder against that particular build. Problem solved. There's no reason to nerf anything in PvE. None whatsoever. There'll never be a valid reason why we should nerf this in a PvE game. And I especially say PvE. There's no reason. With them changing the design of boss battles with add-ons in mind, I liked that they added in Wrath Classic for dungeons these plus modes to keep dungeons relevant. Each new phase they added new optional difficulty of the dungeon with new rewards. I liked how it kept dungeons relevant. I liked that I did. I liked how you could you could say, for example, max level on Burning Crusade was 70. You could play a 61 dungeon in heroic mode and it dialed all the mobs and bosses up to 70 and it all got a new loot pool. That I'm completely fine with. Because as I said in my idea on Discord, if I made an MMO, I would make it so that once you reach max level, all the dungeons, all the low level dungeons would all be scaled up to max level. And all the bosses would have new mechanics to make them a bit harder and would all have a new loot table offering top level, gear. So you can play all the dungeons. So all the content's always relevant. But I think that's something they should also do, Duke, with raids. You shouldn't have raids where the gear disparity is that massive. Like Might and Wrath, it weren't huge, but it were big enough where you won't use Might anymore if you've got Wrath. And then from Wrath to Dreadnought in Tier 3. I think the gear should be relatively the same in stats, if not exactly the same. But then change the passives and the set bonuses on the gear. So all the gear is relevant, but also all the raids are relevant. So all that work, you've got to think, right, a raid with, say, 12 bosses in it. That might take a bunch of developers years to make that fucking raid. That might take years. So you want to make a raid that we say play for, say, 2 or 3 months, and then it's completely invalidated. And then everyone's playing the next raid because it's got better gear. Why? Why would you want to do that to your staff? That's awful. I won't want to do that. But fuck that shit. Make it so the content's always relevant. So they can go back and play these older raids whenever they want to. I'm completely fine with like a weekly lockout, so you can do it once a week. But if you've got, say, 7 to 10 raids to play, you probably can't even play them all in a week. That's how it should be. Because then you've got massive options for content for your people. So if you want to sit down with your raiding team, say you've got like 40-man raids like back in vanilla. Because 40-man raids back in vanilla weren't hard to find. Why is that? Because they had 6 million players playing just one game. Now you've got 3 different game modes. You've got retail, season of discovery, and classic. And you've got 7.25 million players split across all 3. And the majority aren't playing retail. Retail's the deadest one of them. And at least then, you can still get your raid teams together, but you can say, right, what raid do you guys want to go and do? And you can go and choose of these fucking 10 raids that are all relevant and all drop relevant gear. Alright, let's go into that one then. You have choice. You have so much choice. You haven't just got to beat your head against one raid every single week, week in, week out. You can change it up. And let's say you raid 3 days a week out of the 7. So those 3 days, you could do 3 different raids on 3 different days. And you've still got 7 raids that you haven't done. Or if say you're really good and you can clear 2 raids in one day. So you've done 6 raids out of the 10. It's completely fine. You don't miss out on anything. You can just do it next week. Example, if I logged into Guild Wars 2, now I would still be max level with relevant gear, even if I didn't play it for 10 years, and I could do any raid that was ever released relevant, especially now I don't have that much time. Example, yeah, that's really, really good. And this is what I was getting at in that World of Warcraft video, Duke, is the mid-core player base. Mid-core player base, a key example I like to use here is Kyle. Kyle's a dad, he's got 2 kids, and he's got a wife. And he's got a busy job. Not everyone's got that much time. But your mid-core player base is the majority of your player base in an MMO. You have your super casuals who might play 1, 2, 3 hours a week, if they're lucky. They've got really demanding lifestyles. Your mid-core player base, on the closer end to the super casuals, might play 1 or 2 hours a day. On the higher end, towards the hardcore players, you might get some that can play 5, 6, 7 hours a day. But your hardcore players are pumping like 10 hours to 15 hours a day. They're like no life in that shit. They're living in the game. But that's not a good thing either. Because that means they're just obsessively playing one game. And probably aren't even playing anything else. They're just playing that one thing. For all those hours. Me personally, I mean, I was addicted to World of Warcraft. Don't get me wrong. I was addicted back in the day. I was playing it probably 14 hours a day. But I would never want to go back to being that version of me. Because when I played just that game, I missed out on playing so many others. I didn't have enough time. I had to eat, I had to get up, I had to see my girlfriend, I had to go to college, and then I played World of Warcraft. I didn't have time to play any other games. And it wasn't a good idea. If you've got relevancy, as you said, across your gear, and you've got, you're not going to be left behind because your gear's relevant all the time, you can go back and play it whenever you want to. If you miss out on a couple of weeks of not getting loot, it doesn't matter. Because all the gear you've got is still relevant on your character. There's no, like, what is it they're referred to in World of Warcraft? Is it borrowed power? Borrowed power systems? Something like that, I think. Who's doing what? Give me a second. What are you doing to your sister? Hello? Well, I think she's clean. I don't have to look at her quite much. She's sleeping. clean anyway, kid? Bilbo's cleaning the fuck out of the cat, the kitten. So I've got a massive cat on the bloody thingy. Ooh, those were the worst. Which part's that, sorry? I can't remember what I said. All the AP in each expansion, and some you could never max, even if you played 24/7 for the rest of your life. Or the AP. What's that abbreviation, Duke? You have to get me. That one's got me. Oh, the artifact power. There's something that I've seen recently, and this has drove some people a bit fucking mad. Let me have a look at this, try and bring this up for you guys. Right, I will show you this, because this is how stupid some of the stuff is. This is the World of Warcraft meta achievement in Dragonflight. You get this Tavian mount, I'm guessing it's this thing here, for doing it. You've got to do Vault of the Incarnates, every boss. Aberrus the Crucible, all the bosses. And Madrasil, all the bosses. Myths of the Dragonflight Dungeons on Mythic, all of them. Loremaster of the Dragon Isles, Dragon Quests, Fringe Benefits. You've got to do all this, I think. I'm not sure if it's part of this as well. Oh, you've got to do all that as well. Oh my god, what? What? You've got to do all this to get one achievement and one mount. These will give you achievements for completing them, their own individual achievements, but to get this meta achievement, to unlock this mount, you've got to do all of those. You basically got to do everything. I would lose my fucking mind. But then again, I wasn't a mount collector. I wouldn't do that. Not for any mount. And to be fair, this mount looks shit anyway. Each expansion, they had different ones, sometimes even more of them each phase. I don't mind if it's all for cosmetics. If I have to do 5 steps to get gear, I need to do anything that breaks it for me. Yes, yeah. If there's 5 steps to get gear, and say step 3 of the 5 is something that's completely pointless and boring, and you're like, why the fuck have I got to do this? You've then got to do that just to get to your gear. Where I think that's something mentioned recently, which is again here they're more tailoring to the COD brain, which they should do if they want to pull in new players, especially if you just go on Game Pass, which it looks like World of Warcraft might end up veering that way with Xbox. But if they put it on Xbox, they have got to simplify the game. They've got to get rid of loads of abilities. You can't have 30 abilities on the console. You can't do macros on the console. So you have to reduce the abilities massively. They're going to have to be like probably, I'd say 8 abilities max. You can have 4 on the thumb pad thing, and you've got the 2 buttons on top. You can have one bound each ability. Otherwise, it's just going to be too much. And I know they had 7 in Plunderstorm recently, so 7's even better. I think they should go with 7 across the entire game, and then give it more synergy. Because if every game mode has 7, apart from maybe Classic, because Classic's going to stay the way it is, but Season of Discovery and Retail are running parallel, they should probably have just 7 abilities. And then you could have, like, say, 3 specific to your class, and then 4 specific to your spec. And then they could do something more like that off of it. But they've got to make it simple. If you have to get A to get currency B, so I can do C, so I can get D, I can run E, that, and get gear. Yes, yeah, there's... Sometimes some of the fucking chains of things... Yeah, it weren't half annoying. But don't forget as well, a lot of people called these like... it were like Chorgast. These were busy work systems. You didn't want to do them. Blizzard forced you to have to do them. And what was that Blizzard saying that guy said? You think you want this, but you don't. I don't know who gets off on saying that to people. Or how he says that to people. It's like, how do you know what we... Well, we're telling you what we want and you're saying we don't want it. If the majority of the player base is saying to you, we want this, we want this. We don't want it because you don't want to make it because you're a lazy fucking developer. Like, get your thumb out your ass and go make it. If your player base is telling you overwhelmingly we want this feature in the game, put it in the fucking game. There's more people now taking my approach of not wanting add-ons in the game. And I think it's a matter of time until they do get rid of them. If they want to make like a mythic raiding world first scene, put it on a separate fucking server for the world first race. Because that content only runs for like, what, 2 or 3 weeks? The raids don't run any longer than that. So make it for 2 or 3 weeks and put the top 30 guilds in the world on it. Let them go on there. They've got whatever gear it would have from like the heroic versions and whatever. Let them go to town. Problem solved. Blizzard have played your time to play some of the game while Guy runs FF14 tells you to play Elden Ring DLC. Yes, I did hear about that. I did, and I thought it was very good. That's why what someone said recently. Because now Blizzard have got retail, they've got classic, and they've got season of discovery. Also, I've got no idea why they're making classic Cataclysm, because Cataclysm is complete shit. Cataclysm was the downfall of the game. Cataclysm is when it started to actually start to go bad. Cataclysm isn't a good version of the game. I don't know why they would make it. I really don't. It doesn't make a great deal of sense to me. It's like, so you want to make a classic version of the classic version of the game that started Blizzard's downfall, because classic was bad. Kata was bad. Mop peaked up a bit slightly after Kata, but was still bad. And it's also when they first introduced the first mythic raid, and then Wards of Draenor pretty much outright killed it. Legion brought it back in a big way. But now they've had 3 bad expansions in a row. You've had BFA, Shadowlands, and Dragonflight. Dragonflight's apparently done better than BFA and Shadowlands, but it still hasn't done as well as Legion. I like the class design in Mop. The only thing I wanted across the classes really was fewer abilities. Because there's so many abilities you have on classes that don't matter, that you don't have to use. Like example, like fears on Warlock. Warlocks have got like 4 fears. Now they only really work in dungeons against non-bosses. Most bosses can't be CC'd. So most of your abilities are kind of useless. Now if you want to give a Warlock 1 fear, fair enough, but give them 1 fear, not 4. Get rid of the other 3. They need to simplify the classes and make them matter more. As I said, I'm playing Last Epoch. I've got 5 abilities. All my abilities matter. All of them. I haven't got one ability that doesn't matter. And even if I didn't use minions and I used some of these spells in the game that I've read about, the spells are good. The spells all matter. And think as well, right? I know they've encountered this thing recently, this thing in Final Fantasy Online, where they've got this 2-minute window thing. So basically they've made it now so that every class has got a big 2-minute cooldown. So basically they choose a point in a boss fight where they all use their cooldowns. And you've got this massive spike in damage, and then it goes back to normal. What if they just get rid of 2-minute cooldowns? Completely. Not just in Final Fantasy, in World of Warcraft as well. Get rid of them. Just have 7 abilities that have got like a 5, 10, maybe 15 second cooldown. You just literally cycle through your rotation of your abilities. So you're just constantly outputting damage. And then if need be, they can even dial the damage up. Make it so the players put out more damage. Give them these more spicy, aggressive builds if they want to. There's no reason to have a 2-minute cooldown. So I've got to wait 2 fucking minutes to use something? Or 3 minutes? Or some long ones they had in World of Warcraft that are like 10 minutes? Like 10 minutes? 10-minute boss will be fucking dead. It's meant to be fun even if it's not balanced. I'm always for things like that. That's why I like ARPGs, Duke. Because I don't think things should be balanced in PvE. In PvE, if something's overpowered, something's like brokenly overpowered, as long as it's not broken and it's a bug, if it's a bug, they should fix it. If it's not functioning properly as intended and it's a bug, then they should fix that. If that then inadvertently nerfs it, then that's how it's supposed to be anyway. It shouldn't be that strong. But if it's strong from the get-go, then leave it that way. If it's really, really strong, then buff the other things to bring them into line with it. Or if the bosses are getting completely nuked, buff the bloody bosses. I don't know why it's so hard a concept, I don't understand. And then you want to have devs moaning about having to go back and nerf Mythic Raid boss 4 fucking times to make it killable. I don't understand why Blizzard make content for the top 2% of raiding guilds. If I was a developer doing that, I'd be like, so I'm making a raid difficulty here that's going to appeal to 2% of our raiding player base. And 98% are never going to even attempt it, or might maybe kill one boss. Because usually the first boss on Mythic is like a freebie. That's it. It's like, what's the point of that? Why are we developing content that barely anyone's going to play? I mean, you'd have to think of some common sense in there. Like, you're devoting these resources to making this difficulty with these extra mechanics and all these difficulties for the bosses for 2% of your raiding base? What? How about, why? I'd have to sit round and ask the question of why. Why are we doing this? I mean, for me personally, if they wanted to keep in some difficulty content, get rid of Mythic completely. Get rid of LFR. Apparently, I've got rid of LFR, apparently, which is good because LFR were a joke. And I'm not being funny, most guilds should be able to do normal. Normal shouldn't be hard where you can't do it. And then keep normal and keep heroic. The last 2 or 3 bosses on heroic are harder than some of the bosses midway through Mythic anyway. But then all you need to do then is get rid of add-ons. If you get rid of add-ons, let's see how many guilds can do heroic minus any add-ons without weak auras negating mechanics and telling you what to do. Now, some of the very, very top guilds like Echo and Liquid probably can still clear it, but I bet they'll clear it more slowly. I bet they won't be clearing it in a fucking week. I bet it's going to take them longer. And guilds that are further down the ladder from them, like your top 5,000 guilds that struggle with Mythic, that have got to like have it nerfed 4 times to be able to make the bosses killable, I bet they're going to find heroic hard without add-ons. I bet they're really going to struggle. Because they're like, oh, heroic's easy. Get ahead of the curve's fucking nothing. Yeah, when you've got add-ons doing half the fucking work for you. And telling you to move here, move there, do this, do that. It's like, what percentage of your character are you actually fucking playing? All you're doing is hitting your rotation correctly. That's it. The add-ons pretty much do everything else for you. Because you know when to move, when to not move, what to do. It's told you everything. It's literally completely mapped out the entire boss's mechanic system and made it trivial. Fuck that, stupid. For me, the most fun was a fun spell they ever had, but removed, was quite fast as I was broken and passed off balance. Weren't that a druid thing? Symbiosis. That was a druid ability, right? Yes, I do remember symbiosis. It was very, very powerful. It was. But see, I'm not against that. The only people I remember moaning about symbiosis, which is, again, Duke, this is why I would make a pure PvE MMO. Obviously, World of Warcraft can't do that. They've had PvP since 3 months after the game launched. Even then, you could still PvP, you just didn't get any honour, because they brought in the honour system 3 months after launch. Because I got the game 2 months after launch. But the only reason they had to get rid of that was because of PvP. Because druids could use symbiosis and pretty much just kill anyone. The only time it became a challenge is if it was druid on druid. But I don't... This is why I prefer PvE for like an MMO scene. Have your dungeons, have your raids, have maybe something like Brawler's Guild. I know they're bringing in delves. You know, delves sound quite cool. You can do it solo or with up to 4 friends. So you can have 5 people in there. I ain't got a problem with that. They could even bring back a version of like Mage Tower or Torghast. But bring it back where it's soloable content like it was before. But make it where it's fun. Where you haven't got to do it, but it's fun and can be an endgame system that offers you endgame loot. That again is relevant forever. There's no reason for the loot to be irrelevant. I don't understand. I don't understand the point of that. And at the end of the day, if you make loot always relevant, but you're bringing out new raids, say every 3 months, people will still come back and play your game and play your new raids because they enjoy the game. If they enjoy the game, they're always going to come and play it. They've got this fear that if they make it where everything's relevant, once the players have done the raids, they're going to leave. Well, no, because World of Warcraft's got that many raids in it. You can go back and do some old ones. You know what I'd love to do, Duke? If they made all the content relevant, I'd want to jump on there with you guys and do Mr. Pandaria raids. Never did them. I did all vanilla. I did Burning Crusade. I did Lich King ones. Well, actually, that's a lie. I did Necromancy Lich King and then did PvP. So I could go back and do a few of those, actually, to be fair. I didn't do Kata. I didn't do any Mop. I only played halfway through WoD. Now, I heard the WoD raids are actually quite good. But the PvP in WoD was shit. That's what made me quit the game. I didn't come back until halfway through BFA. I was gone for 4 years. But if they made all the raids and content relevant, I'd love to go back and do some of those old raids. I would. That'd be a fun thing to figure out and do. But I wouldn't want to do it in like your heroic and mythic. I don't care about difficulties. I'd just do it in normal. Do it in normal, chill out, do it in normal. I remember the last raid that I led in Shadowlands for Castle Nathria. We had, I think, 12 people in the raid. We didn't wipe once. We went through the entire raid and one-shot every single boss. And you know what? It was a good, fun raid. There's nothing fun about wiping. Now, you're going to wipe initially when you've got, like, your earlier gear on. And when you're not used to the boss mechanics. But there's nothing fun about wiping all the time. We had to do Sidanathrius on heroic 47 times. We killed him on our 47th attempt. Now, according to Hiven, that was actually quite quick. But I think we only had, 14 people in the raid. So we had a kind of weird number. But we did it 47 times. I don't want to be wiping it on any boss 40 plus times. When you've got to constantly run back, which also is annoying, I don't know why they can't just spawn you out the boss. Running back is just a waste of time, it's just busy work. You've got to run back, eat food, rebuff, and then go again to do all that to do the boss. When you've got to do that, and then some of these raiding guilds on Mythic are doing them like hundreds, even thousands of times. But like, fuck that. I've actually got a fucking life. I'm not going to be stuck in a fucking computer game for fucking 18 hours a day. Fuck that. It's giving you and your target spell based on your spec and their class. Terrestrial Druid, I would get Life Grip from Priest as a feral. I would get Spirit Wolves for Shaman. Same for targets, they would get their spells like Innovate or Prowl based on their spec. Yeah, they could do something like that, like a ability that changes class to class. I mean, the other thing that I thought of was, let me try and show you this. Let me bring this up. I want your opinion on this, actually, you guys. Let's have a little look-see at this. Right, so we're going to something that I know. Right, if we do this. Right. So if we do this. Fucking advert. Fucking hell. Right. So this is last epoch. This is one of the skill trees. Now, let's say you were playing Warlock and you've got your demons you can summon. So you've got Imp, Fell Hunter, Succubus, Felguard, and Infernal. So you could have, your 5 summons. So if you wanted to, you could have a full summon build as a Warlock, and then you've got your 2 or 3 basic abilities that come with every Warlock has those. So they might be 3 basic damaging abilities. And then you've got 5 that you can choose. But you've got, say, 5 that you could choose from a list of, say, about 20. So you can only take 5 of them, but you could click on the ability, and then it's right. But then you get some of these passives. Hiya, Mary. You get some of these passives as you level up. So you won't get all of them. You might maybe, say, unlock half the tree, or you might unlock a quarter of the tree. But then you can make your build and basically make your... example, you might have a talent for the Infernals where you no longer lose control of them. So you might build... these are Wraiths. Wraiths are normally a temporary summon. But if you take this ability down here, you can only have 2 Wraiths, but they no longer decay. So you can have one for your Infernal where basically you can have your Infernal, but he'll no longer lose control, but he might be slightly weaker. But then you can buff him with some of these other abilities and make him stronger. I just beat Muck on easy mode. It was harder since I started with a friend, but then he had to go, so the boss had more HP. That's similar to what happens in World of Warcraft, which we were just talking about. Where in World of Warcraft they have a variable raid system. So the more people that are in the raid, the boss's health and damage goes up incrementally based on how many people are there. If somebody leaves, normally you've got to wipe once for the boss to reset. Otherwise the boss will keep that extra health and damage until you kind of reset. It usually takes something about 10 or 15 minutes. Otherwise you have that problem as well. And that's where some of these variable raid sizes are also, I think, a problem. Don't get me wrong, I think obviously because World of Warcraft now has split its player base across 3 games, you've got Retail, Season of Discovery and Classic. Because they've split their player base, I don't think you're going to get as many people in one game mode. So old 40-man raids of Classic, you probably aren't going to really see that again, in all honesty. You might see 20-man raids, but I don't think you're really going to see 40. Because even with my guild that I was running on World of Warcraft, we struggled to get 20 people for our raids. So I don't think it's going to be that easy to get 40 people anymore, unless the game explodes again. If they make some of these changes and the game explodes, it goes on Game Pass and it becomes massive, then you probably can. Because I'll be honest, when I was playing vanilla, I had no problem finding 40-man raid teams. None whatsoever. When I was playing that back in the day, it was easy to get into 40-man raiding guilds. They were everywhere. One of our guilds was that big. We had 100 raiders. So we ran 2 40-man raids and 1 20-man raid. Every week. And they'd rotate people around so they could do some of the different raids. So like a couple of weeks, I'm to do Zul'Gurub. So I have to run, now have fun. Take care, Duke. And what were Duke's last thing up there? Talk about skill trees in Dragonflight. Blizzard managed to make a pointless talent tree where you can't choose what to pick. Yeah, there's one in it where you just get everything on it. So many spells I could get, except my targets. Edge bow shot did 958. Because it's 3 hours each. It's ancient bow. I don't know what that means. I don't play that game. I'm not going into like specifics out of that. Keeping it generalised. If a company outsold almost all games so far, Minecraft's up there. Minecraft's the most sold game ever at 300 million plus copies. Minecraft is a massive success. What you've got to ask yourself is as well, right? Obviously, you can't model all games off of Minecraft. Minecraft obviously is, for its building potential, you can build anything in that game. Pretty much anything. But Minecraft is a very simple game to play. I'm checking different stuff, bye bye. Have a good one, buddy. But Minecraft is extremely simple. And I think simplicity sometimes, well, in fact no, simplicity a lot of the times, is what makes games so much more appealing. But some of the other topics I've got anyway, we'll go on some other topics. Actually we'll go on one since I've got on the screen, because I've already mentioned that one. So, I think horror games now have some of the most diverse stories among any single player games. I think with games like this one that's on the screen now, which is Amnesia the Bunker, I think they've got some great stories. You've got Amnesia the Dark Descent, Outlast 2. I'm going to play Outlast Trials soon. Soma fucking, oh god, that's fucking heartbreaking in Soma. So basically, like, finality and defeatist. It's like already over. What else have we got? The Beast Within. Scorn, technically, I suppose, because Scorn's a horror game, which is fucking weird. But there's so many diverse and different stories, and even from horror game to horror game, the horror games themselves are so different in story. Although they might share some of the common themes like jump scares and things like that, and then some of them you have got weapons like in Alien Isolation, and some of them you haven't, like Outlast. Outlast, you've just got to run and hide or you die. Now, I actually prefer the Outlast method. I actually prefer it where you've got no weapons and you've got to run and hide. I prefer that over fighting back like in Alien Isolation and like in this. In this you've got some weapons. I prefer it if they were just pure survival and not combat. You could have tools like this, like the flashlight thing, things that like maybe help you access different areas of the map or the game, but I don't think you should really have weapons in these games. That's more for your combat type genre, like your Resident Evil, because that's not really survival horror, that's just a horror game. That's like a horror combat game or a horror shooter game. But for your horror survival games, I think they should be get rid of no weapons in there at all, and just give you other things to enable you to survive. Or if you're going to have something that you can pick up. I'm not a massive fan of like crafting systems, I'll be honest. I'd rather there not be crafting in games, because then you've got like collect things like scrap and crap like that and everything, and you had to build it in Alien Isolation as well. Like Alien Isolation, if you're going to have something like a weapon, just have it where you can collect Molotovs, and you can hold so many Molotovs, but you can't craft them. You just find them. But then you've got all your tools used to open various doors. You've got your hack tool to hack certain things. Make it a bit more on the survival side than the combat side, because it's scarier that way. You know that if they get older, you're kind of buggered. And I think that adds a bit more intensity to it. But this one as well, that made this game also really good, because they were inspired by Alien Isolation, You've got them holes in the wall, like that one there. And basically that's where the creature comes out of them. And that's the equivalent of the air vents the alien comes out of in Alien Isolation. But there weren't air vents everywhere. And not all the air vents were open, so the alien could come out of them. Where this creature comes out of like dirt holes in the wall. And there are some locations in the game where later on there wasn't a hole and it makes a new hole. So this thing's like an aggressive evil mole, essentially. And it goes round the facility and makes itself new entranceways and exit ways. And it's like, oh god. Because I went into what I thought was my safe zone. I thought that because it had like a wooden and a metal wall, it wasn't getting through it, and a concrete wall. But later on it made an hole in there. And I was like, shit, so it can come inside my safe zone? And I was like, I was a bit taken aback by that. Because normally when you've got a safe zone, it's a safe zone. It's like a safe point of Resident Evil. When you're being chased by Mr. X, you've usually got to end up retreating to one of your safe places. So if you don't retreat to one, it will eventually catch you and kill you. And the only time they leave you alone is inside the safe zones, in the where the typewriter is. When the typewriter's there, it won't attack you, apart from one of the main lobby. Oh, look at that horrible fucking thing. I shot it and stunned it, and I didn't know what the fuck else to do. But yeah, again, they said the same like plot armor as Alien. You couldn't kill the alien. You can't kill that thing, at least. Not at this point in the game, I don't think. I'm not sure if you can kill it, actually. I don't remember killing it. I think I remember escaping from it. But if it's something that's lived all these years underground during World War II, you'd probably assume the thing's probably quite hardy, being that it lives in essentially a goddamn war zone. And I imagine bullets don't do a whole lot to it apart from piss it off. I'm guessing I can hear it outside, since my guy's in panic mode. But I think like some of the horror games that are coming up as well, some of the ones that Kyle linked to me. We've got Ill. That looks creepy as all hell. Can't wait for that game. Zoochosis looks really fucking weird, and those animals in that look creepy as hell because they basically have like a spider giraffe. Looks frightening as fuck. I'm not sure what that one is. I'm not sure if that's classed as horror. I think it's more combat. This is survival horror, but it's dinosaurs. Looks really good. Another one there, Ferocious. More shooting sort of side of it, but still dinosaurs. That's going to be co-op one, but again, still survival. I mean, this is an interesting take on the horror genre, Little Nightmares. Because Little Nightmares, you're not always fighting back in it. You can kill some of the things in it, but you don't really kill them by like hitting them with a weapon sort of thing. But that's quite funny that everything's bigger than you and wants to eat you. It's quite weird in its own sense. You've got Beyond Hanwell. That's actually based in England, this game. Still Wakes the Deep also looks really good. Horror game on board a oil rig. So that could have something to it. But this is the one that took my attention a lot. That Kyle showed me, called Pine Harbour. Pine Harbour does look something kind of special. So with that, I would like to see what that's got to offer when that comes out. Because that does look like it could be a very, very good horror game. And there's lots of horror games coming out. And this is the thing is, in a lot of cases, horror games are quite easy to make. One of the horror games that I played was... oh god, what was the name of that fucking dinosaur game now? Have a little look. Playlists. Mr. Dinosaur game. Alright, yeah. Oakwood. Which, by the sound of the name, when I first typed it in, it brought up Oakwood University in America. Didn't know that was a thing. But Oakwood, very short horror game. You don't really get a good ending, unless there's like a second ending that I didn't get. But there's basic dinosaurs in the game. You've got to avoid the dinosaurs. You can't fight them. You can't kill them. It's not amazing graphics, but again, you don't need great graphics for it to be a good game. The game is good. It plays well. Doesn't crash. You know, That's always a big win for me in games when they don't crash. I hate games that fucking crash. And I think sometimes when a game's more higher on the graphics side, it has more chance to crash. Because then there's more things at work in the coding that can conflict and create a crash problem, create a crash error. But like this game is got what I would consider good graphics. Amnesia. This one also didn't crash. This is a good game. Didn't crash on me, played smoothly, straight through, good game. And I think with the horror genre, they've got a lot of good games in their categories where they don't crash. They haven't got glaring, really bad bugs and shit like that, but they've got really decent stories. And because the gameplay's good along with the story, they've got 2 out of the 3. In fact, no, 2 out of the 3, or 3 out of the 3 in the case of this, because this has got good gameplay, good story, and good graphics. I would also say the same about Alien Isolation. Alien Isolation had the odd bug, but he never crashed on me. But he did have like some, I think it was like lag stuff from like loading scene to loading scene sometimes. But apparently that was just a common error that's been in the game since day one, and they've never kind of fixed it. But then also you get some games that are we get console ports. This is where I think they also need to have something in place. But this is probably if they do it with Steam, but I don't think Steam will take the responsibility on it. Is you have a console port. When you have a game designed for console and then they port it to PC, there's no quality and assurance team that will check it and make sure it works well for the PC. If it's really, really bad and it's like just complete crash fest and the player base is like outraged, they'll go in and they'll fix parts of it. But you might still get periodic crashes here and there. It's just so the majority of the player base can actually play it. But then when you've got games that are on PC and are designed on PC and are really good, when they're ported to console, both Xbox and PlayStation have a quality and assurance testing team. So they've got to meet the quality standards of Xbox and PlayStation to be allowed to be ported to the console. Because if not, they're sent back. Because I remember one of the devs talking about it for Dead by Daylight. It was on live stream. And they sent a patch through, and the quality and assurance team said, this won't work. You've got to fix this. Sent it back to the devs' behaviour. They had to fix it and send it back. And then they're like, that's okay, that'll work. So they're testing it and making sure it's going to work on the console. So, but it'd be nice to have something like that on PC. Because sometimes you get these console games get ported over that look really good, and probably are really good on console, but play like shit on PC. And it's like, oh god. That's why I've always got to be very careful and very mindful of anything that's a console port. Console ports are very, very sketchy in some cases. Like prime example, Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma, console port, 30 frames per second, I don't know why, but the game, from what I've heard, a lot of, plays like ass. Some people have got lucky, but a lot haven't. A lot have got very, very conflicted views about it. What other topics have we got on here? Ooh, that's a big one. That's a big one. Actually, there's a few big ones here. So, there's also been some news on Riot. Riot have said they are going dark on their MMO for at least several years. Now, several years isn't necessarily a bad thing, because MMOs probably take longer to make than any other game. Because you've got to have the hardware side with the servers, because if you don't overestimate for your popularity and your servers aren't good enough, your day one, people are queuing for like 5-6 hours, can't get on. When they do get on, they get crashed out the game or whatever, lagged out the game. It could create a whole host of issues. So you've got a hardware and a software side to consider, not just a software side like a single player game or a smaller multiplayer game online. But going dark, I know they lost their lead developer recently. I think it was Ghostcrawler, and he's left and he's gone and doing something else now. But they've lost that, and now they've got to see if they're going to actually make this game all. Going dark, I don't know. I mean, they said no information is good information. That is what one of their guys said. But I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know. I don't like the idea of no information. Almost supposed to be it's a AAA company. but we don't know what the model's going to be for the game. It might be a game that you pay for, or it might be a game that you pay a subscription for, or it might be free to play like League of Legends, and then they make money from microtransactions, which is extremely possible. I don't get me wrong, they've got a really big world in League of Legends with a lot of heroes and champions and stuff, where they could make a very viable MMO out of the game. But to what extent? I mean, they probably won't release the entire world in one go. They're probably going to release others as like expansions or DLCs or something like that. Because it's a big world, and it'd be a lot to add in. And I'd assume that some of the champions are going to either be like racial leaders, kind of like things like World of Warcraft, or potentially even become raid bosses like Cho'Gath, or that fucker that summons the undead. Forgot his name. You've got Yorick, and you've got the other guy, the one that can take your soul. Mordekaiser. See, they could end up being like fucking massive raid bosses, because they're on your big bad side. But then again, there might be people who want to play them. Maybe they might have their own faction, and you fight alongside them or something. I don't know how it is they want to do it, but going dark, to me, either says we're not going to see it, like ever, as a game, or if we are going to see it, not for many, many years, which could be a big issue with the player base. Because like hype, for example, you build up hype. Hype's kind of like a rage meter on a warrior in World of Warcraft. You build it up. Sometimes it can build up really fast. Example, a big hype meter is Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't want to play Grand Theft Auto 6 myself. Not my type of game anymore. I used to play the earlier ones. But I don't... You're not going to see that with every game. And some games obviously are unheard of. They just come out of nowhere. But I think if they leave it too long in the dark, other than your Riot fans, I think a lot of people could lose interest on it. Unless the game comes out and it's absolutely fucking phenomenal. Different story then. Otherwise, I don't know. Because to me, that seems a bit... I don't know if it's a good call. I wouldn't say that's a good call, me personally. I wouldn't make that call. I really wouldn't. I would still like to be, as let's say you're the lead developer, I would still like to give some updates. Probably say once a quarter. Give your team a chance to work, but once every quarter or once every third of a year, every 3 or 4 months, drop a little video or something, like the League of Legends YouTube channel, drop something and say, they could call it Progress So Far League of Legends MMO. And they could drop something like that once every quarter or third of a year. It ain't got to be a long video, like 5 or 10 minutes, if need be. And just give us some updates, maybe show us some screenshots. Or maybe some rudimentary like video gameplay, if they've got some. But because it's so early access, probably won't have that yet. But they could even show us like concept art. That'd be cool to look at. But I don't think going completely dark is necessarily a good thing. And I think that might cause a lot of people to think, well, this is not going to come out. This is going to kill interest in a big way. And on the subject of MMOs, another MMO that is coming out, I just don't know when, but I have seen a lot of progress from it, and they're making their game in Unreal 5. Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation, as you understand it, I think started as a Kickstarter, I believe. If I'm wrong, you can correct me. Their combat, recently they've shown a combat gameplay. The combat is fluid as fuck. They've made a really good advance on the combat. And if the combat's good, the game will probably end up being good. But the combat has to be good. I think that's the case for most games that are like that are combat driven. It's got to be fluid, it's got to not be janky. But they've recently done this thing where you can build rafts. So you can build a raft on a river. You can put a cart onto it that you've like basically robbed from like a a coach or something like that, like a trading caravan. And then there's certain points on the river you can stop and offload the boat back into a cart form and then take it to like your nearby town or city. And that is a very, very unique idea. I don't think I've seen anything like that in any MMO before, in all honesty. Where you can rob resources and be like, well, they're guarding roads, let's just go by river. Who's going to expect that? That's insane. And then you can just chuck all like your ranged DPS on your barge, have them casting spells and firing arrows from fucking barge. It'd be awesome. So have all there just firing shit out, and then your healers healing if anyone comes near the coastline and just kills them. You can see players going, they're on the river! Like, fuck! Everyone's going to be fucking legging it over. What's up with you? What? Come here then. Fucking hell. What's up? Come here, little lady. Have a cuddle. But I can see people going to be having some fun with that and just charging over. Probably even get some like melee classes trying to like swim through fucking water, try and get on the barge. the aquatic assault. And then if they add in things like lake and river monsters that potentially could like attack the barge on the way down the river, or attack some of the players jumping into the water to try and get you, and then you just see like this giant fish just like fucking swallow a player. He just gets fucking eaten alive. It's like, yep, some like lake-based fucking raid boss that just fucking lunges someone. Like, oh dear. It'd be really fun to see those sorts of things. It's like Metro. Metro recently got attacked by this, I don't know what the fuck it was, I think it was like a giant catfish or something. Fucking enormous. And it basically like, ate my boat. And I jumped out, but then later on I was on a hillside and I saw the thing in the water, swimming around the water, trying to eat some other, not NPC, but like another monster. And this monster in there just getting lunched by this fucking big ass catfish thing, and just seeing like a big world boss type thing like that, knowing that's like the apex predator in the fucking area. That's the big dick. He fucks with you, nobody fucks with him, sort of thing. It's like that. That's the kind of thing where you've got those cool ones that just pop out of nowhere, like holy shit. Or like if you look into distance and you've got like a massive fucking dragon on a mountain. Like, is that a statue or is that real? And then you see his head move and you're like, oh shit. And you're like, yeah, we'll not fuck with him. And it probably like monitors the lands below. And it might just come down attack and you've got like a raid encounter against a fucking dragon. And you're like, oh shit. Everyone, run! Leg it! Quick, town portals! Get the fuck out of here! Dodge one. Those sort of things that ones that get me. It's like when fucking Monster Hunter World, oh my god. They're making Monster Hunter World apparently an open world game. Which makes sense. It should go that direction. Because they had a kind of like minor open world with Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter Wilds being full open world does make more sense. But then you've got problem childs like Basil Geese and Devil Joe that want to come into the area and want to attack the player. What they have to do is they have to like give them like a certain aggro range. So if they're within so close of you, they might go investigate what the player's doing. Because when you get them involved in an area and they're both fighting each other, and then the third monster comes involved as well. In Monster Hunter Wilds, you can have like 6 monsters in like some aggressive fucking monster gangbang all fucking attacking hell at you. You're like, oh my god. But whenever I'd hear that fucking Basil Geese screech behind me, I'd be like, oh no, Basil. Fucking Basil. It always show up at the worst fucking time. That thing, I swear to God, is my bane. Just a plague of existence. It's horrible. I hate that creature. But it does add some variety to the game. Him and the pickle are both big variety elements to the game. Hugely so. But I did want to go back on to some more World of Warcraft topics, because lately there's been a lot of talk about it. And a lot of, since we're on MMOs really anyway, been a lot of big topics about World of Warcraft and what they should do. They've released this new game mode called Plunderstorm, which for some reason is a battle royale. I thought it was kind of weird. Now, I used to play PvP back in the day quite heavily. I played it for a long time. I played PvP more than I played PvE, to be fair. Because for me, the best raiding was in Vanilla and Burning Crusade. After that, the raiding wasn't so good anymore. Not with the addition of, like, heroic raids. I didn't like that. I don't. It's not my cup of tea. I don't like elitist try-hard stuff in PvE. Now, elitist try-hard stuff in PvP, that's pretty much accepted these days. Because you get it in all walks of life with that. CSGO, League, you got it in the arenas in World of Warcraft. But some of those are also esports. That shouldn't follow over into PvE. That one probably shouldn't be an esport for the most part. Certain exceptions. But it shouldn't be elitist and try-hard and say, no, we did it in this difficulty. It's PvE. Who cares? But looking at other games in that sort of genre, I mean, I'm not sure if Ashes of Creation is going to allow add-ons. I'm hoping it doesn't, personally. I'm hoping it's add-on free. And it hasn't got too many abilities per character. So then it's simple to play and a lot of people can get involved in it and the game can be really hooja pop and explode. That'd be good. I don't think you're allowed add-ons in Final Fantasy Online, correct me if I'm wrong. Or I think maybe allowed certain ones, but then some are banned. Like, I know they banned damage meters. Because again, that would bring in like an elitist element, saying basically, I've done more damage than you. Doesn't matter. You kill the thing as a team. It doesn't matter who's on top DPS and who's on bottom DPS. It matters if you do the mechanics correctly, and if you actually kill the boss. You kill the boss, you get the loot. That's what it's supposed to be. It's a team effort. You're not killing the boss by yourself. And then also, like me and Duke talked about earlier on about stuff being irrelevant. I'm not sure exactly how it works in Final Fantasy. I know somebody said that parts of it are relevant. I'm not sure if that's MSQ stuff. I don't know. But like what Duke said about Guild Wars, I haven't played Guild Wars. I don't know. But he said that his gear could still be relevant, but he's not played the game in 10 years. Now I think that's part of the fear that World of Warcraft and their development team have, is if they make, say, all the loot either have the same stats or at least similar stats, so there's not like a disparity saying this is way better than this. It's going to be that minor in difference that there's going to be no favoritism taking like a certain set of gear or a certain piece of gear. And it's then going to come down to the passives and the set bonuses. And that's pretty much what it should come down to. I don't know why they're so scared of potentially diving in and then thinking people are going to go away for 10 years, like them with Guild Wars. Guild Wars was an okay game when it came out, but it never reached the heights of World of Warcraft. And World of Warcraft also was a much bigger fan base from back with RTS. Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. That built its audience back up from that point. And then when World of Warcraft launched, it was fucking huge. And I think if they simplified the game, got rid of a lot of abilities, so you've got less ability clutter, got rid of all add-ons, and maybe got rid of some of the difficulty modes in raiding, or made it so you didn't need to play those high difficulty modes for like gear. I think maybe the main issue is the fact that it's gear based. Because I think if I'm not mistaken in Final Fantasy, they've got really hard raids, but they don't offer gear, they offer cosmetics. So I think what they probably should do is then get rid of LFR regardless. LFR is pointless, it's so stupid. People can do normal. Normal's not hard. You can do normal content. But then heroic and mythic, make it so it's for the achievement, so you can get your ahead of the curve or your cutting edge, and you get cosmetics only. And maybe a mount from the last boss. In every raid. So every raid has a... Oh god, I think ambushed me. Every raid has a heroic mount, a mythic mount, and then you've got cosmetics you can get for your gear to make your gear look more badass, more cool. And then you get obviously achievements for killing the individual bosses in heroic and mythic. And then you're ahead of the curve in your cutting edge. And then if you're in the top 100 guilds, you're Hall of Fame. But they need to find a way to do it without making it too hard. For example is if there's no better gear in heroic and mythic, the only gear you'll be using will be normal raid difficulty gear. So They can make the bosses harder, obviously give them some more health, maybe a little bit more damage on the bosses. But they're going to be making the fights basically more mechanic heavy. So they'll be more based on the mechanics rather than it's got an obscene health pool. Like I remember seeing Tyndall Sagerift's health pool. Me and my girlfriend were watching the Race to World First, and he had 1.5 billion health. And bear in mind, the first end raid boss, that wasn't even the end guy. He was the penultimate boss. He was second to last. The last end raid boss of World of Warcraft ever was Ragnaros, and he had 1 million health. And you've got a druid who has more health than the Fire Lord. Doesn't really make sense. And 1.5 billion is ridiculous. And this is the thing as well, is if... I know Blizzard recently had a problem with some of the scaling damage. If they say made it so the best gear in the game was normal raid gear, and you got the same quality gear from, say, Mythic Plus dungeons, you didn't get like set bonus stuff. You got the set bonuses only from the raid stuff, so you've got reasons to collect the raid stuff as well. But if you've only got normal level gear, they can scale the damage right down, the health right down, the damage right down on the bosses, and they haven't got to have as big, massive, stupid numbers that are that large you can't even know what they are in some cases. But you can scale it down, make it a bit more easy for people to do. Your gear then always matters, because you can make all the old raids relevant again by making the stats same across the board. Just pick a baseline and stick with it, and then make it so you don't have to level up every fucking season either, because the level up's fucking annoying. Don't know why you've got to do that. Just add in new max level content. But when you've got your heroic and your difficult, your mythic modes, what I think you should also do is make it kind of like they did with Diablo 2. Diablo 2, you started out on normal, you completed normal, you unlocked Nightmare. When you completed Nightmare, you unlocked Hell. Because basically, they've got the same sort of layout with raids. When you do the raids, you're doing the exact same bosses. The bosses are just harder. Now, because they offer heroic level loot and mythic level loot, that's why they scale probably too hard. So if they keep it so the best gear you can obtain is normal level raid gear, but the bosses have a bit more health and a bit more damage, but not massively, and the same for mythic again, that'll have a bit more health and a bit more damage than heroic, but again, not massively. They're designed to still be killed with that normal raid gear. I think they could make that workable. Get rid of the add-ons, that'll make the game harder by itself anyway. And then instead of having to stat bump the bosses, you're making more challenging mechanics. But mechanics that they can do without the need of things like weak auras, without the things like boss mods. You shouldn't need to have those in the game. And if Blizzard want to put those in the game, make their own version. Like some people have said, like add-ons like Bagon and stuff like that don't affect the gameplay. Well, we should keep those in the game. But the problem is, if you keep in one add-on, other people will complain and say, right, you've got to keep in all add-ons that are at least that same format. So it's got to be an all or nothing. You've either got to keep all the add-ons or get rid of all the add-ons. But then if they have things like Bagon that people like, make Blizzard make it for the game, for the base game itself. Blizzard have got a big enough development team to do it, and they've been bought by the richest company on the planet. They have got the resources to do it. So they shouldn't be lazy. If it's an add-on that everybody uses and wants, and they'll be able to see what add-ons you use as well. They'll know that. If they see this has been used by 90% of the player base, make it in the base game. Because some of the add-ons that, were add-ons, should I say, have now been added into the game anyway. Because I remember some of the map add-ons that I used to use, Blizzard have made them part of the core game. So if enough people use them, Blizzard will bend to public appeal and make them. But it's got to be an overwhelming majority of the player base all saying, we want this. We want this in the game. Or we want this out of the game. There's enough people now saying they don't want timers and affixes on Mythic Plus. I don't know why there is. That's the main reason, really. I don't enjoy Mythic Plus. I don't play it. Now, I never saw dungeons as endgame content anyway. Because I came from vanilla. I used dungeons to level and then get gear to get into raids. I never used dungeons for top-end gear. Now, there are some people who like smaller form content where you can play with yourself and 4 friends. It's completely fine. So they're making Mythic Plus a version of that for endgame content. I'm okay with. I ain't got an issue with that. Which is why in that video where I said ideas for improving WoW, I didn't mention Mythic Plus. The only thing I wish they would do is get rid of the timer and get rid of affixes. If you want to make the bosses harder, just make it so they get more health and more damage incrementally for each key. But don't make it so you get more and more loot. I think the loot should cap at Mythic 0, and it should be the same quality as normal raid gear. And that should be the best gear in the game. And then your Mythic keys, the more keys you do, basically unlocking achievements. You've got like your Keystone Master, you've got like doing a Mythic 5 and Mythic 10, keep those in the game, and give them cosmetics, the same as Heroic and Mythic raids. Do it that way instead. Instead you're doing it for cosmetics and achievements for your bragging rights. You're not doing it for gear anymore. Your gear will be obtained by farming Mythic 0. They shouldn't have to have it where you get incrementally better and better gear or something stupid like that. Now, obviously, the bosses scale, I think, pretty much infinitely for Mythic Plus keys until a point where you can't do them anymore. I think the highest has been like a Mythic 30-something that's been done, which I think is insane itself. But that's all they've got to do is for the higher keys, make it so the bosses have got more health, more damage, and then same with the mobs. And then maybe, I don't know, every 10 Mythic keys, give every boss one new mechanic. So if every boss has got, say, 3 mechanics to begin with, Mythic 10 they get 4, and Mythic 20 they get 5, and Mythic 30 they get 6. Because I don't think anyone's done Mythic 40, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know. Because I don't do Mythic Plus. I'm not interested in it. But then they could add in a new mechanic for the bosses. Or if not for all bosses, maybe for the last boss. Make the last boss of the dungeon, you know, the biggest badass. And they could do something like that instead. And then that would keep players on their toes. But I hate having timers in games. Timers are so annoying. I know there's like a hidden timer on raid bosses, where if your DPS is too low, a boss will enrage and pretty much wipe the raid. But we had bosses in vanilla that could enrage. Example one that I would use is Princess Huhuran. And when our guild was kind of undergeared at the time, she went into enrage state and we killed her in the enrage state. Because she enraged, I think, about, I want to say 2 or 3% health. We were all still alive. She basically 2-shot the main tank and then 2-shot me, the off tank. The only reason I actually got 2-shot is because I was, I think, about 4 seconds away off getting shield wall. If I'd have had shield wall, I could have probably tanked, I would say 5 or 10 hits with the healer on top of me as well. Because that's like, it's 75% less damage from all sources. Shield wall were awesome. Yeah, they do, yeah. Quite a few games do using rage. And that's purely basically, you don't ever see a timer for it on your screen. There is no timer. But you do get like a notification. This is from the base game as well, it's not from like boss mods, that the boss is enraged. The boss is enraged, usually the damage goes through the fucking roof, and they just start one-shotting people. When some bosses enrage, they just wipe your entire raid with like one attack. Those ones are a bit more unforgiving. Probably shouldn't have those. But where they've got to one-shot your entire, where they can go around one-shotting people, if you've, say, got a 40-man raid, it's got to kill 40 people. And if the bulk of your DPS is still alive, while, say, someone like a hunter or mage could kite it, they can be kiting it while you're still damaging the boss. So because we got the boss to enrage at like 3% health, we killed the boss before she killed enough of our DPS. She died. She died in enrage, and I think we lost something like, I I think 20 odd people. So she killed just over half the raid. But we killed it with the remaining, like, say, 17 people. Killed it. So they brought the boss down. So it can sometimes have very intense moments. But that's basically the way, the game's way of saying to you, you haven't quite got the gear to kill this within your damage. Because you might not have had enough DPS gear drop to get you to the level where you can kill her comfortably before she enrages. It's almost like a gear check in a way. It's saying you might have the skill, but you just haven't got the gear to pump. Now, that would be slightly different if they made all gear matter. If they made all gear matter, so let's say your tier 1, I'm using my point reference as a warrior, so I had Might and then I had Wrath as tier 2. And then you got the weird tier 2.5 set that I never even used because it was complete dog shit. The tier 2.5 are weird as well. I think it's because, I remember one of the developers coming out and saying they made us rush AQ out. And that's why it was only a 5p set. Because Might and Wrath were both 8p sets, as was Dreadnought for Maxromas. Actually, Dreadnought was actually 9p set, it had a ring as well. But AQ40 was only a 5p set. So you would have 5 pieces of that, and probably still have 3 pieces of Might or Wrath. It was really weird. It's like, what? I mean, if you were going to make it a partial set, at least make it 6 pieces. So then you could have 3 set bonuses for that set, and then a 2-piece set bonus for Might or Wrath. It didn't make any sense. It was really weird. So I think with sets, there should always be a full 8-piece set for PvE. They should always offer you a full set. And then you have a set bonus for every 2 pieces, and then you get an overall set bonus for having all 8 together. So you've got like a synergic advantage for wearing the same set of armour. But if, say, tier 1 mattered, say Molten Core was similar stats to Wrath, the tier 2.5 set and Dreadnought, if they were all similar stats, similar armour, similar stamina, similar strength, and then it was just the defence on it that changed a little bit, and the passives and the set bonuses, then we wouldn't have had a difficult time doing Princess Huhuran. We could have killed her before she enraged. It wouldn't have been that our gear was invalidated, because I had some people in tier 1, some in tier 2, and some were still coming. Some still had half tier 1 and half dungeon gear, or half tier 2 and half dungeon gear. For me, I had a blue shield until we'd cleared AQ40. And then I got the Elements and Bulwark to drop from Blackwing's Lair. That shield actually dropped, and I finally got it. I was so unlucky at getting epic shields. I had to go and farm one on another server from PvP, from Alterac Valley, which was PvP shield. Because it had a lot of armour, a lot of stamina and strength. I can't remember if it had a passive thing on it, because it was purple. And I went and got that because it was better than any of the blue ones, even from dungeons. So I went and got the, I think it's the Immovable Object it was called. I went and got that from Alterac Valley. You had to get, I think, Exalted Reputation, then you could buy it. And I bought that and had that. And I had to have that for ages, because otherwise I just know I would be going to be stuck with like Draconic Defender or something. Which is the blue shield that I had. I mean, even if they do implement these changes into World of Warcraft, I don't think it's ever going to see the highs of Wrath of Lich King. I don't think you're going to see 12.1 million players again. So if we are at 7.25 million now, that's split across all 3. In that video today that I put up, that's giving you a rough example of how they're split. The estimation on the retail one, that is another highly educated guess. That one, someone's got more information on. I watched a video on it somewhere, I can't remember what the fuck it was, otherwise I referenced it in the description, and I can't remember what it were. But that's a more hard one. The other 2 are educated guesses, but rougher ones. But we do know there's a lot of people playing Classic Vanilla. Classic Vanilla's carrying really fucking hard. And Classic Vanilla also includes Hardcore as well, because Hardcore's involved in that, because that's on Classic Vanilla. So they're all put into that one pool. Season of Discovery is doing better than Retail, but Season of Discovery now is also getting elitist, where you've got people going, what are your passes? A level 25 raid. What? It's like, I don't get that. You're parsing people in level 25 raid. And even though we didn't have low-level raids, which I think is actually a good idea, to get people ready for raid content when they get to max level. So you have a raid at 25, a raid at 40, a raid at 50, and then a raid, you get all your raids at level 60. I'd have thought that would have been a good idea for Vanilla to do that. That would have been awesome. I don't like the idea they've changed one of my favourite dungeons to a raid with BFD, but I like the idea that they've made some low-level raids. Then what they could also do is have the same impact on raids they had on dungeons. Because like me and Duke were talking about earlier on about heroic dungeons in Burning Crusade. What that did is it made all the old dungeons get dialed up to level 70. So you got all the mobs got dialed up, all the bosses did, and all the bosses got a new loot pool. And some of the bosses even dropped epic gear, which beforehand was unheard of. If they do that for raids, then the raids at level 60, they can have an option where all the raids become level 60 raids. So BFD would have two options then for a level 60 player, level 25 and level 60. Normally the same, and then I think the next one is Sunken Temple. Sunken Temple could have level 50 or level 60. And you can have, make them up them lower level raids, higher level raids, and then just change the mechanics, make them a bit more dangerous, add a new mechanic on every boss, something you've not seen before, and adding a new loot table. So they drop level 60 epics. And then obviously bump up all the stats to the equivalent of what level 60 players might be geared in. So you get more damage, more health. Because then that's a way for them to stay cool. Because realistically, when your player base all starts to hit level 60, nobody's going to be going back and doing those all level raids. Those all level raids are dead content. The only people that will be doing those will be people leveling alts, or if any new players join the game. But like my friend who played World of Warcraft in the video that I made it for, he quit playing the game. Because the only game that he could really play and not encounter toxicity was vanilla. He could play vanilla, get into a 40-man raid group and play vanilla. But he couldn't play Season of Discovery because they kept asking for passes and he was a new player. And he couldn't play Retail because they were asking for passes or what's his highest mythic plus key. He'd not played the game. He was a brand new player. It was almost like the player base has gone, you know what, a new player, we don't know what those are. We've not seen one of those in a long time. Well, you've got to have these things anyway. It's kind of like, I went to a job interview once in Reading for a games design company as a games tester. And I spoke to the interviewer afterwards. We were just speaking casually. And obviously I didn't get the job. But I said to him, is there anything I could have done better? And he said, to be honest with you, you're the best interviewee we had. And I said, why didn't I get the job then? And he said, well, because some of the guys out there have got 7-8 years experience in game design. And you've got basically your college course, which, let's say for argument's sake, 6 months. He said, it's going to take me 6 to 8 months to train you up on the low end. It's going to take me 1 or 2 months to train them to use our system. He said, they're going to cost me far less time and money to train than you are. From a business point of view, they're the logical choice. It goes from the personal choice, I would take you because you're better at it and you're clearly hungry. You want to, make a difference in the industry. You want to, affect some change. You want to really get involved. I was really eager. But I said, all right, then I said, have you got any advice to me what I could do? I mean, can I do volunteer work? He said, sorry, we don't take on volunteers. Because any volunteer work that is done has got to be checked by a senior game developer. They have to then check your work and make sure it's okay before they implement any code that you've done into the game. So I had this catch-22 where I wanted a job in an industry, and I couldn't get the job in the industry because they wouldn't even take me on to work for free as a volunteer. And how many people do you know these day and ages that work for free outside of a charity? Not fucking many. It'd be not fucking many. Because even interns get paid. Volunteers get fuck all. I was offering to work for free to do a job. And it was like that for him in Retail WoW and Season Discovery. It's like I bought this game, downloaded this game, put all these fucking bullshit add-ons on this game to play it, and then I've got people going, well, what are your passes? What are your Mythic Plus keys? But I can't play a game. So he physically has no way to play this game that he's paying £15 a month for. And the only game mode that he can play is Classic. So Classic is basically the only game available to new players. If you're a new player, you've got to play Classic. So if at some point Phil Spencer with Xbox decides to move World of Warcraft onto Game Pass, which would lower the price to $7.99, but they make it available to console players. Obviously, consoles you can't use add-ons, so they would have to get rid of add-ons. They'd be gone. They'd be a thing of the past. They'd probably have to reduce the number of abilities as well. That's not a guarantee, but they probably would have to, because consoles are a lot more limited in number of buttons, and they can't make macros. So consoles would change the game that way as well. If they then get rid of add-ons and reduce the number of abilities, you lose most of your elitism. Because then they can't check passes anymore. They can't go, what are your passes? So if they do that, a lot of those players might initially end up on Classic. Any new players joining the game now have got to go to Classic. They've got no choice. Which is why Classic's got more players than the other two game modes, almost combined. Not completely, but almost. Retail and Season Discovery, combined together, have got slightly more than Classic by itself. And that tells you how big Classic is. Classic is carrying World of Warcraft so fucking hard. The back of that poor game must be fucking straining. And the player base is still just over half the size it was when the game came out. When the game came out, there's about 6 million players playing Classic. There's roughly about 3,300,000 playing Classic now. Roughly. So that's not bad. To say the game is now, 20 years old? And that tells you a lot. Simpler game, easier to play, more fun, less fucking add-ons. I mean, there's still less abilities in Classic, but they still need to be reduced probably a bit more, because some of the abilities are still garbage. You've got abilities like, what was that fucking one called now for Warrior? I think it was called Slam. Slam for a Warrior in Classic was absolute garbage. It was the only ability Warriors had that had a cast time. And bear in mind, if you're fighting somebody, and this is your character, this is their character, and they move slightly out of melee range, your cast cancels. For a melee class, all your abilities have got to be instant. You can have a cast time as a range, as a caster, because you can hit them from 40 yards away. They can't get out of range before the cast goes off in most cases, unless they're right on the edge of your range to begin with. But with a melee attack, they've only got to move an inch, and they're at your range. Having a cast time on a melee ability are fucking retarded. That fucking thing's unusable. It's ass. And there's other abilities like that they could just get rid of, that they don't need. They don't need in there. And I think that's something they need to take a long, hard look at and think, right, do we need this? Does a Warlock need 4 fears? Does a Druid need 6 different hots? I mean, Warlocks have a few different specs as well, because they've got Destruction, Demonology for your minions, and then you've got Affliction, which is your dots, and they've got a few different dots. Some dots is not always a bad idea for how the Affliction one works, but they do different procs off each other and have different cast times. So at least that makes sense. It's got like, you've still got reason to press them and use them. And they could even, as I said, even get rid of like big cooldowns. There's big cooldown abilities you could just get rid of. Make the game more playable. You look at like Plunderstorm. It's got 7 abilities in the game, and they've all got really short cooldowns, and you can use them off cooldown all the time. If they got rid of like your 2, 3 midi add-ons and greater, just have abilities in there that they can use more frequently as part of the rotation. A paladin doesn't need fucking divine shield. Just give them seven abilities that they can press on a frequent basis, because then you've got a more involved rotation. I shit you not, we had one warlock in our guild. It generally top damage meters, and I'd be like, what is it you use? And he just casts Shadow Bolt. He uses one ability. He said, I cast Shadow Bolt until I'm out of mana, then drink a mana potion, and then I cast Shadow Bolt again. And he just kept spamming one ability. It's all he casted. Because it was his highest damage single target ability. So when we run a boss, he just cast Shadow Bolt. He just spams Shadow Bolt. Now, having less abilities would be a good thing, so you've got less buttons to press. Having one ability to press sounds fucking depressing. Sounds boring as hell. But that's because the rest of his abilities don't matter. He hasn't got a rotation. He's got one ability. So if they made him 7 abilities, he'd have 6 more buttons to press, as long as they all matter. So then he actually has a rotation that he's got to keep managing and pressing them as they come off cooldown, or not pressing them, but, you know, clicking his corresponding key. You don't want to click on it with your mouse. Don't ever do that. Clickers are... It's not a good idea. It's really, really not. But pressing your key binding. Do not click the ability. But then he would have more work to do, and he'd enjoy playing his class even more, because then he's got more abilities he can use rather than just the one. It works well on both sides, because there's some classes that have got far too many abilities, like druids, and some... Well, they've all got far too many abilities, but the warlock, in Classic in particular, had just one ability to use, because it was the best ability. The others were all irrelevant. You shouldn't just have one ability that completely just shits on all the others, so you haven't got to press them, and you can still top damage meters. It's like, what? It's a stupid sort of thing. And like, if a lot of people might cry and complain about damage meters if they're going to move from the game, but if Blizzard want to, what stops Blizzard adding Blizzard damage meters to the game? I've always said if they want to put in like a boss mods, why don't they do Blizzard boss mods? Put in their own actual boss mods in the game, and then build the bosses around your boss mods, not around third-party add-ons that far outstrip yours and nullify half your fucking mechanics, and make your raids, in some cases, a fucking cakewalk. It's bad. I mean, that's why some of the bosses, the strongest bosses, in my opinion, have RNG mechanics. Because RNG mechanics, things like weakers and stuff like that, can't really work for. Because they don't know when it's going to happen. Because with it being random, they're like, shit. That's why one of the bosses back in Vanilla was in Blackwing's Lair. And it was called Valastraz the Corrupt. It was the second boss in the raid. He started at like 25% health. And I was like, that's fucking weird. Like, why has he got so little health? And he was a red dragonfly dragon who had gone to try and fight Nefarian. Nefarian corrupted him and turned him against you. And he had a ability, I think it was called like Red Rage or something like that. And it would go on the highest threat target, which would usually be your tanks. So we had one tank in front of the boss, and we had another 7 tanks against the right-hand side of the boss. Then our raid was stood over to the left-hand side. And what you'd do is, when you got Red Rage, the second highest in threat, which would be one of the other tanks, would come to the front, and they'd taunt the boss. You'd then run off to the right-hand side wall, you'd blow up and die. That's basically how you did that boss. But you didn't know when he was going to cast Red Rage. He could cast it really frequently, or he could sometimes take 3 or 4 minutes and take his time. We did it once, and we only lost 2 tanks. We did it, I think one of the earlier times, we lost 5 tanks out of 8. because he cast it so frequently. And I think some RNG mechanics like that, they could really throw a spanner in the works for Mythic readers. Because it'd be like, well, your recallers aren't going to do shit here. You're not going to know when it's coming. You're not going to have something to directly counter it. RNG mechanics are extremely hard to deal with. Just by the nature of them alone being random. Because it's not choreographed like a dance. You don't like, oh, this is going to happen, then it's going to be that, then it's that 30 seconds later. If there's one RNG ability that can just go straight in the middle of it, or even go at the same time as another mechanic, you're like, fuck, what do we do? How the fuck do we get out of this? There were a combination, because there was the second to last boss of Blackwing's Lair as well was a big like dragon dog sort of thing. They'd stitch it together from like different types of dogs. And it always had two abilities. It could have like two breath attacks or something. But you never knew what two it was going to get. And there was one combination that it got that were really fucking unforgiving. And if you got them, it could take you 10 times more attempts to kill that boss than any other combination. Because one was like, I think one was something like a time one, but it froze your character in time for like so many seconds. And I can't remember what the other one were. And it was so annoying. Really were. And there was not much you could really do about it. Because you had these things that you could, these like powders I think you could have to like get rid of some of them. But because you didn't know the combination, it was really, very difficult in some cases. It was fun, but it was difficult in a fun way. The problem is now they've got difficult bosses that you just feel like ramming your head into your keyboard. Like, why is this like this? My God. I think sometimes they just made them, they forgot about making them fun and just made them hard. And that's the thing, is games are supposed to be fun. You're supposed to be able to come home from work, sit down, chill out, play your game and de-stress before you go back to work the next day. It shouldn't be you come home and you, like, for example, when I was doing Shadowlands, sometimes I'd come home from work and I didn't want to log on and play World of Warcraft. That's why when I came on at one point, I was on a late shift, and I think Sol and Cytrux leading the raid. I just left them to it. They're like, do you want to join us? And I'm like, no, buddy, I really don't. I just wanted a break. So I just went and did some like general questing and killed some rares and stuff. Farmed a bit of rep. I didn't want to do it. It took the fun out of the game for me. It was too much. I didn't want to do it. I really, really didn't. And you shouldn't ever have to feel that way really playing any game. No game should be like that. What's this? Look at these on the right. What's this? What's this in here? Does it mean this? You can see, I think these trees as well, these could use redesigning. Because see, with these, I don't think these should give you abilities. I think these should just all be passives. But then you can only take so many of them. I think the abilities should be given to your character from the get-go. I think you should always have access to the abilities. So let's say, I mean, if you are going to have 7 abilities in World of Warcraft, right? Let's say if you're going to have 7, but let's say you've got a pool of 21. So of the 21 abilities, you can take 7. You get to choose which 7 to take. Now, rather than having a massive fucking skill tree like this, every ability you choose could have its own separate skill tree that has passives branching off it that you can take that improve that ability in some way. Or maybe even change it. Maybe they change a direct damage into a dot. Or maybe they add a dot effect to the damage. And then you have different benefits going along it. You can have more crit, faster cast time, comes off cooldown quicker. I mean, imagine if you were a fucking... like a mage, and you got your cast time of your ability to like less than 1 second. And you've got an ability you can damn near spam. Imagine how fucking cool that would be. And then you can have something else in there that, like, I don't know, gives you back fucking mana in a big way. They haven't got to make these weak. All the time they've got to be nerfed, which unfortunately is for all the time they've got to make these weak or nerf them is for PvP. It's only for the inclusion of PvP. That's the only reason they have to nerf them. If PvP was on like its own separate server, kind of like Plunderstorm, imagine if they removed all PvP from the game and they made a separate server for PvP players. You could send your classes onto it, you could make your character, whatever, and you would have, say you've got a different choice of 21 abilities, but they're all PvP related abilities. So they've got a completely different 21 abilities to what they've got in PvE. And the PvE abilities then never have to be tampered with or nerfed to cater to PvP. They can just cater to the PvE. And they can make two separate parts of the game. Because almost no one plays PvP anyway. I mean, WoW's that bad now for PvP. They've got bots to help you queue into battlegrounds and arenas. Bots. You know when a game's brought in bots, the game's not in a good place. Because that's always what developers refer to when they've lost too much of their player base. When I played World of Warcraft, there were no bots. Well, not like bots in arena, things like that. There were farming bots that would go out and farm loads of fucking materials and start in the auction house. There's always been those fuckers. But there weren't bots like you've got now. Like apparently now there's even bots for dungeon teams. Where you can go into a dungeon by yourself and you get 4 bots. I got told the other day by Jamie. And he said the bots are actually better than some of the players. I was like, what? And that blew me away. I was like, is that how much a bad place the game's in? Now, I know recently some stats got released by Bellular. 7.25 million is what the player base is. If that's just subscribers, and if that's accurate. But that's split across all 3 game modes. Classic including hardcore, season discovery, and retail. And retail's the smallest of the 3. Classic being the biggest. So Blizzard must see these numbers and know that they've fucked up in a major way. And yet they still haven't fixed it. They haven't thought, well, what can we do to bring back some of the players? Don't get me wrong, you're not going to get 12 million people. It's highly unlikely, unless it goes on Game Pass. Game Pass might give you the best shot if it appeals to console players. But for it to appeal to console players, you're going to have to implement the things I'm talking about anyway. You're going to have to get rid of items. You're going to have to simplify the game. You're going to have to do those things. And if you want to give your game best shot, it's better that you do it sooner rather than later. If you lose 10% of your player base, then your hardcore sweatlords, no one will care. Your player count will barely dip with them gone. If they're like, oh, it's not challenging enough, it would barely dip. Now, as I said earlier on, there are ways they can keep the difficulties. Just make it so they don't offer better gear. Keep it so the gear offered is at normal level or Mythic 0 level. And make it so their gear's like the same standard. The same amount of armour, health, that sort of stuff. And then just tweak the passives. And they can still keep in some of the difficulties for them in a cosmetic way. And then you've just got to adjust it a little bit, obviously, because if you're going against Mythic Raid boss in normal raid gear, they've got to make them not as powerful as they are now. Otherwise, a Mythic Raid boss will just one-shot your main tank in normal raid gear. You just get deleted. But there are ways they can keep challenging appeal in there, but they're catered too hard to it. They're catered far too hard to it. And that's why it's in the state it's in now. Because even though, if we be logical about it, right? Some people have said that it's an aging player base is the reason WoW went from 12.1 million to 7, well, whatever it's at now, 7.25. Now, bear in mind, they had a dip in Cataclysm. But in Cataclysm, they lost 3 million people, 3 million subscribers. And they only had one game mode at the time. They weren't Senior Discovery, and they weren't Classic. There was just Retail. That's the only game mode there was. They lost 3 million subscriptions over the course of Cataclysm. That's not an aging player base when you lose 3 million people in the next expansion. They then had a slight gain at the start of Mr. Pandaria, and then it dipped again. And it dipped even harder when they released the first Mythic Raid, which was a Siege of Orgrimmar. And then Wards of Draenor were basically Coffin Nail. That basically just completely fucked the entire game. Apparently the Raiders had a good experience, but a lot of people don't do Mythic Raids, and PvP was a shit show. I can tell you that myself because I played it at a high level. And there was nothing good about the expansion in my opinion. Nothing at all. And that had another massive dip. They probably brought it to like current day levels, because they had roughly 7.25 million at the peak in Legion. And that's the same as what we're at now. But bear in mind, Legion held those numbers by itself, where now it's being held across all 3 gaming variants. So it's not quite the same thing. And if they don't make some of these changes, I don't see World of Warcraft having a future in the long run. I don't see it going out in a couple of years, but I think in 5 or 10 years, if they don't make some drastic change, it is going to start to dwindle. Or you're going to get the bulk of the player base on Classic, because that's where most of the players are now. I just don't understand when they look at, because the people have got to look at these graphs and charts. How do they look at them and think, right, our game's a success, and they've lost that many people? And let's be generous, right? Let's be generous. Let's say of the 5 million players they've lost, the 5 million subscriptions, let's say 50%, which is a lot, is the aging player base. So that's 2.5 million people. Those other 2.5 million people weren't anything to do with the aging player base. That means they left because of the game. They didn't like the way the game was going. Now, I had some friends leave when Burning Crusade was announced. Not because of Burning Crusade. They left because they were cancelling 40-man raids. And we basically had almost like a 70-man raiding roster in our guild. And we weren't one of the big guilds either. So what we did every single week we had a 40-man raiding team and a 20-man raiding team. And some would go and do Zul'Grub and AQ20, and we'd go do one of the bigger raids. And that's how we did it every week. And then some of the people from the 40-man would basically be the 20-man next week, and they'd switch around. And one or two of the officers would lead the 20-man. And that's how we did our raids every week. And in between raiding, this is another thing as well. I realised this myself, and I only realised it recently. It was like having a moment of clarity. 16 days a month when I was playing World of Warcraft, I had nothing to do. 4 days a week. 16 days out of a month, I had nothing to do. I didn't need to quest anymore on max level, and most of the quests were boring or pointless. I think they added in the conversion later on where you could convert extra XP to gold, so I did the odd one. The only thing that I did I helped guildies leveling alts through dungeons. So like when they got to like level 58 plus, they were doing the high level dungeons, I'd go in and help them do the dungeons as a tank for them. what right now. Or I'd go and help people trying to get like end game gear like myself in the odd dungeon. Like I was trying to get a tanking sword called Quasar, but you had to get a certain item drop in a dungeon, a top level dungeon, and then it led to a quest chain where you could eventually get the Quasar. I never actually got the blade, but I did get Thunder Fury, so I didn't really care. Thunder Fury was awesome. But I had nothing to do for 16 days, and I was paying £15 a month to play that game. So, less than half of the month, in most months, I wasn't really getting my money's worth. And the reason for that was because they made a raid irrelevant when a new raid came out. If they'd have left AQ40, Blackwing's Lair and Molten Core relevant, even when Naxxramas came out, I could have gone back into old raids when we weren't in our raiding days. Because there were pug groups that were still doing them back then. And other guilds had put them together. Like we had a multi-guild raid for, I think it was Zul'Gurub. And there was Royal Heroes, there was Exiles of Fate, and there was Purple Rain. And I think there was somebody there from General Goods. And there were 4 different guilds that made this 20-person raid. And we all just went down and did the raid. And it's because I weren't going to get to run Zul'Gurub that week with my guild, because it had already been run. So they said, if you're in one of the groups where you don't get to run the raid, you can go and run it in your own time. So that was the only time I got like an extra day to do something different, really. And thinking about it now, it's like, how much time did I fucking waste waiting for something to do? But if they made all the old content relevant, I'd have so much shit to do. There was somebody who I think made a comment on the ideas for content of World of Warcraft video and said the problem is if you have every raid relevant, you've then got too much to do. There's no such thing as too much to do. What he means is that he can't squeeze every single raid into 1 week, because the raids reset every week. What he's not thinking of properly is you haven't got to squeeze all the raids into 1 week, especially not if all the gear is relevant, because that means your current gear is still going to be valid, it's still going to be relevant. And I'd love to go back and do some of the older raids. I'd love to go back and do Legion. I'd love to go back and do some of MOP. I might even try some of WOD's raids, because I heard the raids were actually okay, but I was doing PvP and PvP was shit. It was terrible. I remember the reason I quit WOD. I was full gladiator geared, bear in mind. I was in 2300 rated 3v3 team. And I got crit for 1000 more than my entire health bar in an arena match. I had 475,000 health, and I got crit for 476,000 by a rogue. And I'm a warrior that wears plate, the highest armour in the game. And I got killed by another physical melee class that shouldn't be able to do anywhere near that damage. But then I found out they'd buffed Rogue, because one of the developers' sons was PvP in that season, and he was maining Rogue. And apparently they'd buffed the fuck out of Rogue. And it turns out in the patch notes, they actually had buffed the fuck out of Rogue. So I got one shot by, I think it was, I want to say in Venom. And it literally, I got sapped. He had I think it was called Preparation or something, which gave you the full 5-point combo Rogue could have at the time. And he one shot with 1 crit. 1 attack. The best dungeons are always the Time Walker. Is that meant to mean Wraith ones? And hello, Brett, by the way, buddy. How you doing? Are you alright? The thing is, time walking was good, because it enabled you to go back and do the older content. I did like time walking. I know they put something in like that for raids for a while, but I don't know why they just can't keep all the dungeons and all the raids all being relevant all the time, rather than it just being the new content in the new expansion. So like if you queue up for a dungeon, you can queue up for a dungeon. Imagine it being any dungeon in the whole history of World of Warcraft. Any of them. They could all be dialed up to max level, or can offer max level loot, and they can have Mythic Plus versions of them as well, so they can scale and get harder and harder. And if they haven't updated some of the mechanics on the older bosses, and got like new mechanics on them, make some. Simple as that. Make some. Make some decent mechanics on the older ones, make all your content relevant. All the raid bosses have got mechanics. Some are a lot easier when you go back to vanilla, but they've still got mechanics. And if they're not quite up to snuff either, they can update their mechanics a little bit. But the mechanics don't need to be hard or overpowering. They don't need to be. They're good enough if they're there to basically have fun. The whole purpose of a game is for it to be fun. It's not supposed to be that challenging that you want to quit the fucking game. It's supposed to be fun. That should be the primary purpose of any game. The game should be fun. If your game's not fun, or parts of your game aren't fun, then you need to either change those parts or remove them entirely. Because they shouldn't be in the game. I'm not if a lot of people are all saying the same thing. And I'm not talking about 10% of your mythic raiders, your sweat lords, saying, oh, well, these are good. These are why we play the game. Yeah, and you're like, what, 2% of the player base? You're so much a minority, you don't even matter. You know what I mean? 2% of guilds do mythic content. Why would they even make content for a percentage that small? And they can't say the Race to World First brings in a lot of money, because it doesn't. It's only an event for 2 or 3 weeks. And most of the guilds ain't got a fighting chance against Echo or Liquid, because they're only 2 sponsors. Even BDG that recently disbanded, like the 3rd best raiding guild in the world, they disbanded because they can't get sponsors. You've got to get a sponsored sponsor, a 20-man team, probably sponsoring 5 extras as well, that are benched in case they're needed. So 25 people for 2 or 3 week period. And they've got to pay you enough money so it's worth you going and doing an event where you can compete on the world stage for 2 or 3 weeks. And that sponsor's got to get their value back for paying 25-man raiding team for 2 or 3 weeks. There's no value in that. And not being funny, World of Warcraft's not an esport. It's a fucking MMO. MMOs aren't esports. If you're making an MMO trying to make it an esport, you've got the wrong concept of what an MMO is. You want to make an MMO, go into League of Legends. Go into CSGO. They're MMO type games. PvE games aren't MMOs for the most part. One exception would be like StarCraft 2. StarCraft 2 had a big esports scene. And that was like, I think, 1 player against 1 player, building your base, trying to take them out. But that was one of the exceptions. An MMO should never, ever, ever be an esport. Or ever even try to be an esport. They're not able to. It's a different type of game. It's not designed that way. And you can't just make content for 2% of your player base, which the other 98% then can't even do. Or can't even play. And the developers have got to nerf the bosses 4 times for the top 5,000 guilds to be able to kill it. And by the way, that top 5,000 guilds, that is the 2% of their player base. That's their 2%. 5,000 guilds of roughly 20 to 30 people. That's their 2%. I mean, if I was honestly designing something for a game like that, I wouldn't design anything for such a small percentage. Not ever. If I was going to design something to be difficult, I'd probably say at least a third of the player base to be able to complete it. At least a third. If 2/3 can't and 1/3 can, you've then got an elite third. But at least 33% of your player base. Not 2%. It's like, where is the even financial sense in making something like that? So you're going to commit developers' times to making this hard as fuck goddamn raid, where these bosses have got mechanics out wazoo. They're not PTR tested, so they don't see the mechanics ahead of time, so they can't get ready for them. And then some of the bosses have a mythic, what they call a mythic raid phase, where they're usually the last boss of the raid, like Jailer did, might have a mythic phase only. That's only in mythic. You don't see it in normal and heroic. And it's this extra phase the boss will hit at like a percent of health, usually like 20% or lower. And they'll hit this mythic phase, and because they don't know what they're doing, because it's a brand new phase that's not been seen before, usually they're ready to wipe. They'll be like, what the fuck was that? And they realise they've got a mythic phase. Now it's cool to see, but it's badly implemented. And obviously far too hard if it's only 2% of your player base that ever gets to actually play it. I mean, that's like if you made a computer game, and you made a computer game that only 2% of people, 2% of gamers might want to play. I wouldn't want to play a game like that. That'd be such a small percentage of people. 2% of people? Why would they even bother? I don't get it. I honestly don't see the financial sense in that. I really don't. To me, that seems like a huge money and time sink that's really not fucking worth it. What, because 2% of players, or even let's say 10% of players, are crying saying want some harder content? Well, fuck off and find some harder content then. Go play another goddamn game. This is an MMO. It's supposed to be massive online, massive multiplayer online game that's inclusive. They've made it so it's not inclusive. So it's alienating the vast majority of their player base. And then what happens is what you've got now is retail's dead. See, the Discovery's doing okay at the moment, but if the elitism continues into the end game of Season of Discovery, I bet that's going to have a fall off as well. And the bulk of your player base is going to be on Classic. And they might say, in some cases, oh, Classic Andes and shit like that. But if that's where, say, 3-4 million of your player base is, and you've only got 1 million on retail and 1 million on Season Discovery, well, then 4 million have obviously got the right fucking idea, when there's 4 times their number to one of yours. Obviously, that's where the game's fun. Otherwise, it wouldn't have that big a fucking player base. You know what I mean? It's daft. It's actually daft. And it's like they want more people to play retail, make it so retail's more playable. That was the idea. Give us more content. I mean, they've got into this weird thing as well, right? This weird, system. When they bring out a new expansion, you get 4 new areas, you get 8 new dungeons, and you get 1 raid. Why? Why 4 new areas? Why 8 dungeons? And why 1 raid? When I went into Burning Crusade, day 1, we had 4 raids we could do, I believe. We could do Karazhan, we could do Grozlayer, we could do Magtheridon. Yeah, the Serpent Shrine Caverns was tier 5. That was still there, by the way. You just couldn't do the content, because if you tried to do it in not tier 4 gear, you'd have got annihilated. The boss would have kicked your ass. And then tier 6 you got Black Temple. Tier 5 was Serpent Shrine Caverns, and it was Tempest Keep. It was Cale of the Sunstrider. So there were 2 raids for tier 5. And then tier 6 were Black Temple, and then you got essentially tier 7 was Sunwell. And Sunwell brought in, I think, 2 more dungeons. 1 or 2 more dungeons. But having 3-4 dungeons at the start that were there to do. Now, Magtheridon was 1 boss by himself. Grozlayer was 2 bosses. They were both quite small. Karazhan was a big raid. It was only for like 10 people, but it was a big raid. It had a lot of bosses from fucking top to bottom. That if you started like in the bottom, the fucking the stables, we had I think it was a Tube and the Huntsman, what the fuck you were called, and then all the way to the fucking Prince, fucking whatever his knobhead were at fucking top that dropped him Go Howl. What's up with you? What? What's the matter? Tell me. But even then, I mean, Tempest Keep wasn't a big raid. It only had 4 bosses. But I know some of the bosses were hindered down by bugs. This one problem that Blizzard did have back in the days, they didn't raid test their bosses or PTR test their bosses or whatever. So the bosses were quite buggy. And in some cases, the bugs made the bosses unkillable. Like Seathun, when he first came out in Vanilla, he was actually unkillable until they patched him. He couldn't be killed by anyone. That's obviously not acceptable because that's a bug. Those are things that they definitely should fix. But this is where, again, if they weren't catering to an elite, hardcore raiding scene, with like the race to world first, they could test every single boss. They could PTR every single boss. They could get all the relevant information they need, find these bugs, so when the raid is released, it's released completely fine. If they want to hold something back, just take like one mechanic off every boss, and then when it's fully released, put the mechanic back onto those bosses. Just make sure they've tested it internally, so the mechanic works. And then you've got one surprise mechanic you didn't see in the PTR. And you're like, oh shit, what's this? And then players have got their surprise. But they're focusing too much on the content being hard and being for the world first raiding scene. Which is why sometimes they don't properly raid test some of them. Now the bosses are obviously a lot better than they were back in the day in terms of like them not being as buggy. There are still some bugs, but not quite as bad as what there was. But they have quite a lot of work to do to pull it out of its current stump. I mean, personally, I don't see it going on Game Pass. Because if they do, they will have to get rid of add-ons and they will have to simplify the game massively. I don't see that being a possibility. And that's assuming Phil Spencer even wants it on Game Pass. He might decide he doesn't want it on Game Pass. But even if he doesn't, if they want the game to start growing again and to appeal to the younger audience, because like, who's in chat? Kyle and Brett, a moment. Are you in there? Who's in? People that I know. So I don't ask new people that I don't know in case they find it offensive. I'm 38. What age are you guys at now? Talk about an aging player base. We're all still aging. So 5-10 years from now, Blizzard's not going to have the same player base that it's got. They're going to be older, they're going to be getting jobs, they're going to be having girlfriends. You're 28, so you've got 10 years younger than me, right? So let's say 5 years from now, you've already got a kid, Brett. So 5 years from now, you're going to be 33. I'm going to be 43. Somebody who's 13 or be 18. Now they might look at World of Warcraft as a playable thing, but they're not going to if they don't make some big changes about the game. They're just not. It's not going to happen. I mean, you think of most people now, they're watching like Tim the Tatman, Dr. Disrespect. They're playing your Call of Duty, your shooter games that are really simple, easy to play. They're playing those types of games. So you've got to dub your game down a bit to appeal to these cod brain players. If your game's got too many fucking abilities, 30 abilities, nobody that plays a shooter with five buttons to press is going to play a game that's got 30. No one. None of those are going to translate over and play that. And even if they jump over and try it, by some miracle get to max level, they're going to be like, fucking hell, how many fucking bullets have I got here? And they're going to quit. So you're not going to retain the players. You are going to lose them. It's really, really weird. In terms of one other topic I've got as well on here, so I've got another one that's a bit juicy. Have you played all Brett Baldur's Gate 3? I'm assuming you at least heard of it. Not yet. But you've heard of it though, yeah, obviously. Well, Larian, their CEO, released a statement. They're not going to be making Baldur's Gate 4. They have basically finished their contract for that game and for the first two. And they're giving it, well, not giving it back, should I say, but it's basically now in the hands of Wizards of the Coast, which is the people that own Baldur's Gate. It's now up to them to find another studio if they want to make Baldur's Gate 4 in the future. So Larian is now going to go on and do one of their own IPs, their own projects. Now, you might have the sad face for it, buddy, for Baldur's Gate 4, but think of this on the other side. That means Larian, the brilliant studio they are going to go and create something of their own. So what could that be? That could be awesome. You've got a CEO who owns 70% of the shares of his company, split between him and his wife. The other 30% or 20% is owned by Tencent, the Chinese company, but they've got no voting rights. So he doesn't put his developers under any undue pressure. They've got all the time they need to create a good game, hence why Baldur's Gate 3 was so good. So if they're going to go and make their own IP, their own fresh game or something like that, that could be awesome. Could be really good. So that's what I look at a positive. That could be a game that they do and make a fucking good show of it. And when that comes out, whatever it's going to be, it could be fucking anything. It's probably going to put a lot of AAA companies again to shame. They're going to be like, we're a AA company outperforming AAA companies and not by a small margin. So that could be really, really good, I think, for the industry. If they manage to pull off something groundbreaking, something new, that they've just had time to polish off and do really well, oh, that could be so good. Personally, I would like Larian, really. I would like them to make something like an ARPG or an MMO, because that could be fucking special. That could be your next Diablo 2 or your next World of Warcraft, without a doubt. They are the company that has the talent to do it. And if you just give me a second, I will just type it here. I'm just going to go and grab a drink. What are you doing? What? I want some food. What time is it? 3 o'clock. Alright, we'll feed you. Let's go and feed you. Come on. I know you're hungry, I know. So am I. So hard done by, ain't it? Eh? You get fed like 6 times a day, you fat shit. Yeah, you. So well, I've got to make a bloody cup of coffee without my cup. There it is. Got me coffee. Just gotta let air out when he's done eating his food. Eats a bloody snail's pace, he does. Okay. But yeah, example with Larian though. Larian are a company that's doing things the right way. And they're not laying off developers, they're not doing bullshit like that. Gaming company, some have said that the problem might be a lot overhired during COVID, because they called it the COVID boom. Because two things blew up a lot in COVID were both game design companies, because a lot of people were stuck indoors, they had nothing else to do, and because there weren't any TV shows or films being made, because nobody could like get together on set and do their acting because of COVID. Basically gaming was where it was at. And gaming could still be done remotely. They could design the games and then send the code to the developer, who could check it and make sure it was okay, and if not, send it back to the developer. So they had a lot of ways to keep the games industry going. And a lot of YouTube channels and Twitch channels as well popped up during COVID, and a lot of them took off. There was a channel that Alice mentioned to me. She mentioned one, a guy who did, I think he did FIFA, and he didn't upload anymore, but because he started uploading when COVID happened, because he went out of work, he got like 20,000 subscribers. And he still gets enough money now, passively, from like ad revenue, to basically cover like 1 or 2 of his bills every month. But now he don't make videos anymore. He's not made a video in like 2 years. So basically, probably made videos from like 2020 to 2022. And that's it, then he stopped. But his channel exploded in 2 years because of how many people were watching YouTube. And because everyone was locked indoors. Nobody was able to go out and do the outdoors type things. I think because of that, give me a second, let me let her out. That had a big effect on the industry. Now, some of the things might be overhires, but some of them aren't. When Microsoft sacked those people from Blizzard recently, that wasn't because of overhiring. A company that's worth 3 trillion can afford to pay 1,900 more people. It's just if they've got a project for them to work on at the time, because one of the projects that were being worked on was a survival game. There was a Blizzard survival game in the works, and they've mothballed the entire project and shelved it. I don't know why, I ain't got a clue. But they mothballed the entire thing. And I don't know what the aim of it was to get rid of those people. I really don't. To me, it's still kind of shady and off. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But I think some games are in good places, some games are bad places. I mean, obviously, with your younger player base coming up, and the content creators they're watching, your first-person shooters are doing well, your third-person shooters are doing well, and surprisingly, which I'm happy to see, your ARPGs are still doing well. And I think the reason ARPGs are doing well is because they're relatively simple, and they're fast and action-packed. So, it kind of caters to the similar vibe of your first and third person shooters. Now, Minecraft not so much a shooter, definitely more of a kids game though, but creativity, unparalleled. There's nothing like it. Well, not to that extent, and that's why it's sold 300 million copies since the game was released, which is the most sold game on the planet. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how some games like that come out of nowhere and do really, really well. I mean, even Palworld's like a Pokemon-esque game. And even that had like at one point, I think on Steam, like 2 million fucking people playing it on Steam. I was looking at highs, like that's ridiculous. And that's annihilating Call of Duty games and stuff, which are considered larger popular titles. But I'm hoping now, because this is the weird thing, Microsoft bought Blizzard and Activision, but they've now kind of separated the companies. Activision's now its own thing again, as it was before it acquired Blizzard. But now Blizzard is its own thing again, but with its separate lead developer for each team. So you've got like a WoW lead developer, an Overwatch one, a Diablo one, maybe a Hearthstone one. And they've all got their own like section of the company, and the head guy in them, the head lead developer, whatever, they're the one that reports to Phil Spencer. They don't report to the other lead developers; they report to Phil. And he wants them to run their teams and develop their games. But I think the Overwatch team moment is being taken the fuck apart. I don't know what's going off with that. There doesn't seem to be performing well at all. I think Overwatch is going to go down shitter. Diablo, the way it's going, is probably going to go down the shitter. Unless they change it and make it better. And World of Warcraft's heading that way just more slowly. But Classic's still carrying, Classic will probably still be relevant fucking 20, 30 years from now. But that's assuming the newer player base can get into those games. Or maybe those games have just had their heyday. Maybe it was like a time cycle thing. Maybe they weren't supposed to have longevity and last forever. Hiya, Sidechuck, how you doing, buddy? Having a whole host of conversations. Since you're a fellow WoW player, what's your take on World of Warcraft scene with raiding and stuff? My opinion is they should probably get rid of Mythic, get rid of LFR, and then get rid of Heroic, and basically just have one difficulty. And get rid of all add-ons, which would make the game harder, and have less abilities per class. Maybe like the same number of abilities had per Plunderstorm. Or if they're going to keep in Heroic and Mythic, make it for cosmetics only, cosmetics and achievements. And then do the same thing for Mythic Plus. Have all the best gear at normal and Mythic 0, and then the scalable difficulties are for your bragging rights. For your achievements, your cosmetic, cool looking armour, that sort of stuff. I believe at a good place, add-ons need to be monitored. Some are just stupid. I don't think add-ons need to be in the game at all. Add-ons shouldn't be there. The next season changes are good. I have seen them for Mythic Plus, yes. They are, I think, very welcome. Because I'm surprised a lot of Mythic Plus players said they didn't want timers or affixes. A lot of them said, can you get rid of them? Add-ons are in every game though. Even FF. Yeah, but the add-ons in FF don't create an elitist player base. They're not allowed like damage add-ons. They're bannable. It's a bannable offence. Example, like recently, my friend, he went and played World of Warcraft. He played Classic, got to max level, did some raids, so he thought he'd go and make a character on retail. Made a character on retail, and he kept getting asked for parsers or what's his highest key. He couldn't even play the game that he's paying £15 a month for. He couldn't play it. So he got fucked off that he couldn't play the game. He went and made a character on Season of Discovery, got to level 25 to the first raid, and they're asking for parsers again. He face palmed and like he said, I'm not playing this anymore. So the only one worth playing is Classic. And the bulk of the players from the information I've gathered appear to be on Classic. There's over 3.3 million players on Classic. There's about 2.3 million on Season of Discovery, and there's a load of 1.5 on retail. What is going off in there? What are you doing? What are you doing? Little monkey. But add-ons aren't in every game, no. Like obviously, your single player games don't have add-ons. Some of your multiplayer games don't have add-ons, like Monster Hunter World doesn't have add-ons. I think there's add-ons in a lot of MMOs, if you mean MMOs specifically. I'm not sure if there's going to be add-ons in Ashes of Creation. I'm hoping they don't. I'm hoping they avoid falling into that pitfall. Because like I made a video about it the other day. When you're a new player and you say start a character, you download your game, install it, make your character, pick your server, start leveling up. You then get to max level, you find out you need 17 add-ons that you've got to maintain every time there's a patch from Blizzard, because your add-on goes out of date. And you've then got to wait for the creator of that add-on to update the add-on so you can use it. Because without it, it's not even usable. I've heard of some raiding guilds stop raiding until like week overs and stuff's updated, so they can actually raid. Isn't that showing how bad the game is if they've got to wait for an add-on to make the game playable? Shouldn't the game not be based on add-ons? Most creators use PTR to update. Yeah, but isn't it showing it how bad it is, though, if they've got to use add-ons to make the game playable? Ain't that a bad thing? I don't think that's particularly good. Not when bear in mind, these add-ons are third party. They're not even part of the base game. When I played vanilla, I didn't download an add-on until AQ40. I did all Molten Core, all Black Wings layer, all Zul'Gurub, all Onyxia's layer without add-ons. And AQ20. I only had add-ons for AQ40 and the first Wing of Naxxramas, where our guildmaster at the time basically said get Deadly Boss mods. We had to have Deadly Boss mods, basically. I don't think they make the game better. Especially when, example is, I got to level 25 on Season Discovery, went into BFD, and a guy was asking for parsers in a level 25 raid. I was like, it's level 25. For him, it's not even halfway to level cap. What are they asking for parsers for in a level 25 raid? The elitism from retailers spilled over now into Season of Discovery, and it's just gone too far. It's now become an infection in the game, and it's slowly strangling the game. That's max level. Well, yeah, but they're not asking for parsers in Season of Discovery. Max level in Season of Discovery is now level 40. He got asked at level 25. Either way, you don't ask for a parse on a level 25 content, or even level 40 content. It's not a competitive game. It's not an esport. It's an MMO. It's supposed to be massively inclusive. It's supposed to have a massive amount of players, not be strangled by elitism. It's so weird. It really is the direction the game's gone. I didn't even notice it until I stepped back from the game. I've started noticing a lot more bad elements now about the game. And not everyone in the game's bad, but some take it to the fucking extreme. What are you doing? Oh shit. But it's, I don't know. They've got to change something about World of Warcraft. I'm hoping that Chris Metzen, being one of the OGs, he can come in and make some big World of Warcraft changes. I'm hoping he can really shake things up and be like, right, we need to do something different. This is not working. Because even if some of the players they lost from Wrath of the Lich King, from the 12 million down to say 7 million that we're at now, supposedly, even if some of them were aging players, the majority of them weren't. They left because of how the game degraded, into what state it degraded into. They've really got to think about where they're going to take the game in the next 5 or 10 years. Because otherwise the player base is going to shrink to the point there's going to be almost no one playing it. And you can't cater to Race to World First Guild, you can't. When I read that thing recently from that developer said they've got to nerf the boss, the mythic bosses 4 times to make them even killable. They've got to nerf them for the top 100, nerf them for the top 500, the top 1,000, and then the top 5,000. They've got to nerf all the mythic raid bosses 4 times to make them even killable for the guilds. If they left them at the level they were at for the top 20 or 30, most guilds wouldn't even kill them throughout the entire raid tier. They wouldn't even clear the raid. And that's even with add-ons like weak orders. That tells you the bosses are too hard. I think they need to stop building bosses around the add-ons and stop building the bosses around either their own add-ons they put into the game or just around their own mechanics. Because when they designed the bosses for vanilla, there weren't any add-ons in the game. They didn't get added until players started playing the game. And even then they were very rudimentary. They weren't very good. A lot of them didn't even work. And some caused your game to crash. So, I think not completely going back to a vanilla style, but somewhere in between. But they do need to get rid of add-ons. Because if they got rid of them, all the players that are going, I want a challenge, the game would be harder. The game would actually be a lot harder. It's fine, buddy. So I think if they got rid of all add-ons, let's see how many mythic raiding guilds can even do heroic. Because I bet a lot would struggle. Because if the mythic raid bosses have got to be nerfed 4 times to make the top 5,000 guilds even able to kill it, that tells me that even with add-ons, the top guilds can't kill the mythic raid bosses with them. So they're far too hard. They're scaled up far too hard. So if that is the case, that's a sign they need to nerf that. They have to nerf that. They have to, they have to nerf the bosses, but also get rid of the add-ons. To get rid of add-ons, you've got your difficulty climb right there. But they need to make them killable without the add-ons. I get that, but add-ons will always be a thing. Well, the thing is, add-ons weren't always a thing. That's what I'm saying. When vanilla was out, there weren't any add-ons to begin with. A few add-ons came in after Blackwing's Lair. Because most add-ons didn't work. And most people didn't want them. So a lot of people didn't enforce it on their guilds or on their raids. They only started coming into play, really, around about AQ40. That's when add-ons started to come into play. Yeah, but it weren't the same way that it is now. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't even hear about weak auras until I came back in Shadowlands. I used big wigs or deadly boss mods. I'd never even heard of weak auras. But then I didn't like add-ons. I didn't start using add-ons until AQ40. And if I went back to World of Warcraft in the future, which I might do, I'll be playing Classic, and I'll be playing it with no add-ons. I will kill all them Classic bosses without add-ons. I'll go for AQ40 and Nax, and I'll do them all add-on free. That add-on which does a lot more than some add-ons. I agree, it does. I think weak auras does too much, and that's why it should be removed. All add-ons should be removed. So I think to keep it fair with add-on makers, because bear in mind the people out there make add-ons for a living for World of Warcraft. But I don't think it's right that they're in the game. I don't think it's a good thing. And they can't remove some add-ons and not remove others. So they've got to remove either all the add-ons or none of them. And so if they want the game to get better, they've got to remove all add-ons. And if they remove the add-ons, then Blizzard can then make the bosses without the need of add-ons being in there to kill them. They can make them right. If we get rid of add-ons today, how do we make bosses killable with no add-ons? Maybe even make their own add-on like Blizzard boss mods. That's part of the core game. Just the fact I've now Mythic the day, if they haven't got removed, it will be an extreme thing, an external thing. It depends on how it goes, buddy. I don't know. I just don't see it getting better with add-ons there. And then also as well, this is not something I think will happen, but it could. Is if Phil Spencer decides he wants World of Warcraft on Game Pass, you can't put it on Game Pass for console with add-ons and with 30 plus abilities per class. So they're going to have to reduce the ability clutter massively, and they're going to have to get rid of all add-ons, because add-ons won't work on console. But I don't see them doing that, but if Phil decides he wants it on Game Pass, their hands are tied. They've been bought by Microsoft. They've then got to make that change. They're then being forced. And I think it'd be better for the game. You can, because you can play controller now. You can play controller, but what I'm saying is they don't have add-ons on the Xbox and on PlayStation. They don't have add-ons for them. There's no way to download third-party add-ons. You can play with a controller, but a controller's not going to be as good for using 30 plus abilities. If you reduce it to, say, 8 abilities per class and make all those abilities matter, what's wrong with that? I don't need 30 abilities to make a game good. 30 abilities makes a game complex, doesn't make it fun. Complexity isn't a gradation of fun. It doesn't work that way. And I was saying earlier on, one of my friends played a Warlock. Now, this is back when the game was simpler, it was in vanilla. But he had one ability that he spammed throughout an entire raid. Just spammed Shadowbolt. Just literally, one button he was just pressing his keybind, Shadowbolt, the entire thing. He's the top damage meters. He was like second or third damage meter with other Warlocks. He just spammed Shadowbolt the entire fight, boss fights. That's all he needed to do. Because it was his single best ability. Now, there were less abilities in Classic. I agree that isn't fun. I agree. This is what I'm getting at. But if they gave him 7 abilities that all mattered, and he's got to press all 7 in some sort of rotation, and he has to press all 7 like they're really good together, that would make it more meaningful even for him. Pressing one button's not fun, but neither is pressing 30. I've only got 4 fingers and 2 thumbs. I don't want to be pressing fucking 30 abilities. Having macros at my fucking tits, so you've got to use Control, Shift and Alt and whatever. Fuck that shit. You've got to think, we're the old dogs now, Sideshocks. 5 or 10 years, all youngsters that are coming up now have got cod brain. Cod brain youngsters aren't going to play World of Warcraft. A lot of your players that are playing now are going to move on. They're going to be getting wives, having kids, getting jobs that they haven't presently got. Once they move on, if it doesn't appeal to the new player base coming up, World of Warcraft will be dead. It's going to kill itself. They'll have to find a way to make it appeal to these younger players coming up, or it won't work. And at the moment, it's too complex. And what is this bullshit as well about releasing one raid a tier? Why is that a thing? They used to release 3 and 4 raids back in the day. Why are they only releasing 1? Release like 2 dungeons per raid and release like 3 or 4 raids. Give us more content. We're paying 15 quid a month. I used to say when I were playing World of Warcraft, this were back through vanilla, Burning Crusade, I would raid 3 days a week with my guild. We'd do all our raids in the 3 days, because we only had the ones that we're doing for current content. So like, we did Molten Core, did Blackwing's Lair, did Onyxia's Lair, and did Zolgrub. When AQ40 came out, we did AQ20, AQ40 and Zolgrub. Now when we'd done that for the week, I had nothing to do. So 16 days out of the month, I had nothing to do. So I was paying for more days for the WoW subscription than I was actually using. Because I weren't doing anything for 16 days out of the 30 or 31. Or if it's February 28. Oi, oi, oi! Art. Not in here, chuff. But that's because it made the gear irrelevant and made it only apply to the main content, really. I think they should make all gear relevant. It'd be another good start. So if they made all the gear, say, at level 60, and you could get the same level gear from raids as you could from Mythic 0, and all that would change would be your passives on the gear and the set bonuses. And I think all raids should drop an 8p set bonus. Like the raids that have got like 8 or more bosses, that is, for example. And then all the gear's relevant, and you can go back and do the order raids. They can bring all the order raids up to the current content gear level. So like, for example, with that, with me, personally, I'd love to go back and do the Legion raids. I'd love to go back and do Mr. Pandaria raids. I mean, I even heard the Wards of Draenor raids were good, but I know you quit at the start of it, and I quit halfway through it, and I didn't do any raiding. I was just doing PvP. 10 but short, and it's cause they don't have the staff. I mean, 10 abilities would be okay. I mean, I'm not being funny. I've got MMO mouse here. My MMO mouse has got 12 buttons on the side of it. If it's a mouse specifically designed for MMOs, why do you need more than 12 abilities? So, I think personally for any MMO, it should be 12 or less. Then I could bind one ability to every single button on my mouse. And my mouse would actually, fit its name of an MMO mouse. I don't see why you need 24 and 36 abilities. What's up with you? What are you doing? Chuff. What up to? What are you doing? Come up here. Hey. Come on. Come up here. What are you doing? You're terracing round, aren't you? Bugger. I mean, I'd even take 10 of what they've currently got. And this is the other thing as well. This is a bit of synergy. I'd like your opinion on this, because this is something they don't have to do, but something they could do. What if they made the same number of abilities for every single class? So let's say if it was 10. If they do 10 abilities for every class, and then obviously whatever you spec into, some of those abilities will change to your current spec. So like if you're a Death Knight, you've got some core abilities just for the Death Knight, and then you've got some for Frost, Blood, and Unholy. So you might have, say, 3 Death Knight abilities and 7 for your spec. And then you've got that across every class, though. So like if you play Warlock, you've got 10 abilities. You play Warrior, you've got 10 abilities. So every class then has got the same number of abilities. And then at least then, when whatever class you play, is how are you going to use your 10 abilities. I also think it might be a good idea to get rid of some of the big cooldowns. The 2 and 3 minute abilities. Can they not just give us 10 abilities that have really small cooldowns? So we've got a bigger rotation, but we get more use out of it. So you haven't got this one ability you've got to hit once every 3 minutes. It's like, alright, so every 3 minutes I got to do some more damage, or some more healing, or I get a bit more survivability. I think it... See, these are the best. I don't know, because example, like the current problem Final Fantasy's got now. Final Fantasy's made it so every single class has 1 2-minute cooldown. One or more 2-minute abilities. 2-minute CD. And they've got this massive area in a boss fight where when do they use their 2-minute window? And they use it, they all pop their 2-minute ability, get a massive spike in damage, and then it levels off. And I think that's kind of what it creates. I mean, maybe you could keep in survivability ones for like a tank, because they can use that if they hit a certain damage phase and they need it. That'd be different to your DPS. But do DPS ones really need that? Could you not give them more meaningful abilities that would fill in that gap? So instead of having that 1 3-minute CD, they get 3 abilities that have got a 15-second CD that are all really good and really usable and can amount for that, give you some more damage based in there on that. Most classes involve 7 to main abilities, the rest are all situational. CD are the best. See, that's the problem though, right? I agree with you. Some of the classes do have less than 10 abilities. That's situational. Fucking hell, words. So why do those abilities that are situational even need to be in the game? Some of them are just bad. There's no reason for them. There's no reason for them to be in the game at all. Some of them are shit. And why has a Warlock got 4 fears? Does a Warlock need 4 fears? You can't even fear a raid boss. So I don't understand some of the things like that. I think some of it's a bit too excessive. Instead of having 4 fears, how about it having 1? Or 2? Straight away you lose 2 abilities that you don't really need. Yeah, but you can't cater PvE to PvP. That's another thing I've made where I've said they could make a separate server Are you playing Plunderstorm right now, yeah? You said you're playing Plunderstorm, yeah? Well, I thought you said you were playing Plunderstorm anyway, but if you're playing Plunderstorm right now, couldn't they make a separate PvP server where, let's be honest, PvPers just want a PvP. They don't really care about PvE. So you basically have two different servers on the same game mode. Now, I know they've already got technically PvP and PvE servers, but I'm talking completely different. So when you go into Plunderstorm, you enter that big area, you queue up with all the people, and then you get put into a match with the people. So how about they made it so there's on the PvP server, you are level cap immediately. There's no questing, and you'll start with some rudimentary gear, maybe some like green gear or something like that, some green PvP based gear, and you're all in one big city. The Alliance have their side, the Horde have their side. There could be an open world battleground in the middle where you can fight in between matches, and then you've got your queues for rated battlegrounds, normal battlegrounds, and arenas where you can queue up and jump into games. And then obviously you can farm your honor gear, which is normally your blue gear, and then you get your conquest gear later on, which is your epic gear, your best gear, your PvP stuff. They could put them all into there, but the key part is the abilities they've got. Similar inspiration from Plunderstorm is they've got 10 unique PvP abilities for their class. So they have them 10 abilities, whatever the fuck they are, or for their class and spec, shall we say, because obviously you've got other specs as well. And they've got 10 abilities for PvP. But then the abilities on the PvE servers, where there's all the questing and the storyline, are completely different to the PvP ones. So anything you might need for like PvP for crowd control, you don't really need that for PvE, apart from maybe controlling mobs in a Mythic Plus, or the odd elite mob in a raid. But you won't need that many of them. Again, you might need one fear, not fucking 4. So then they could alter it and make it so you've got two distinct game modes that play differently as they should. But the bulk of people who play PvP don't play PvE. Some of them do, but a lot of them don't. And bear in mind, the PvP scene isn't that big. The PvP scene's only like 10% of the player base. It's that bad now, they've got bots in matches, even in arena, so you can get into a game. Otherwise, you're waiting 45 minutes. I saw Ben Rookie the other day, and he's been Gladiator back when I was a Gladiator. And saw Ben Rookie fucking waiting, I think, 47 minutes for a queue. It's ridiculous. And you know a game's going bad in a certain game mode when it's got to include bots. You know that's a bad thing. Even Jamie said to me, he plays retail without add-ons. He went into a dungeon, and he went to a dungeon he can queue up with bots. He got 4 bots in there, he said they're better than players. How the hell does that work? What are you doing? You can look at Billy. Goody. Look at this. Fuck. Little madam here. This little thing. This little thing. Ah! Claw! PvP now is in arena and smaller BG. That follower dungeons. Follower dungeons. What is that? What is that? I don't know what that is. Is that like a Dragonflight thing? New dungeons that have NPCs to help you learn without toxic players. But example is, right, I mean, can you use those follow dungeons? Can you use those to do Mythic Plus keys? Or not? Because my friend the other day, who got fucked off trying to get... Spent 5 hours, by the way, trying to get into either raid, which they said you ain't got any passes. You're a brand new player. Of course you ain't got any passes. It's brand spanking new. And he couldn't get into any Mythic keys because he'd not done any keys prior. They'd say, well, you've not done any keys. It's brand spanking new. He just got to max level and he'd done Heroic and Mythic 0. Of course he ain't got any fucking, experience on keys or in raids. He was trying to get into it for his first time. And because he couldn't get into it, he quit retail, went on Season of Discovery, then got to level 25 on Season of Discovery, and again got denied to raid because he didn't have any passes. He's a brand new player. Why would he have any passes? I think passes ruined the game. You can't it to help you learn the classes. Right, okay. I mean, I like that approach, but they need something to make the game more inclusive again. With it being a massive multiplayer online, it has to be inclusive. And when it's not inclusive, have you really got a massive multiplayer online anymore? Have you really even got one? Because at that point, you're alienating a large portion of your player base. New players, as it stands, can't join World of Warcraft. If they join World of Warcraft, only place they've got to go is Classic. And that's why Classic's a lot bigger than Retail and Season Discovery. Mythic Plus, you do your own key, you get the score. Yeah, but you still need people then in the key, don't you, to come and join you. And if you've got, like, I don't know, a Mythic 1 or a Mythic 2, are people going to come and join you? Aren't they going to want to do Mythic fucking 10s and 20s or whatever? Bear in mind, he's got no friends playing the game. The only friend he had that's played the game is me. So he didn't basically have anyone to play the game with. And he went into Classic. Classic's the only one that he's had a good experience with. People do it for gear. Well, apparently he got unlucky then. Because he spent 5 hours, he didn't get anybody. But I think he was looking to join somebody else's key. I don't think he knew what he was doing with in terms of like his own. I know he'd have probably got one from doing Mythic 0. But that's bad. That is bad. That severely alienates your player base. It really does. And especially with like raids. How is he supposed to do a raid? He can't do a raid if people won't join him. And he can't go on and lead a raid. He hasn't got any experience. He doesn't know anything about the bosses. I think it's very, very unfair at the moment on newer people. And if they want that game to grow, or to even maintain its current player base, they need to come up with something different. Yeah, you've got Raid Finder, but that's when if they want to bring you in. No one took him. He could get ass of parcels all bloody time. And they got rid of LFR now. Jamie said they got rid of LFR or something. Which I'm glad for, to be fair. The problem right now is it's so late in the expansion. Don't get me wrong, I agree that it's late in the expansion, but that shouldn't be a reason for it to not include new people. That shouldn't be a thing. There shouldn't be any reason for it to not include new players. New players should always be welcome in a massive multiplayer online game. Otherwise, your games no longer can be called an MMO. It's just an MO. It's just a multiplayer online. You can't alienate some of the people and still try and bear that title. You can't. He was very unfairly treated, and he was a brand spanking new player. And they didn't even give him a chance to see if he was any good. You can't do that. A lot of guilds community help new players. Apparently not. Not from what he saw. And every other one I help run in dying. What? You're speaking Enigma code to me. What does that mean? NOP is a Discord server that help new players. Yeah, he wouldn't know that, dude. He wouldn't know that. It was D1. He was doing it by himself. He wanted to level up first, and then he started speaking to people in like chat around an area. I think he tried trade chat, but he said there were fucking too much spam, which is obvious. It's World of Warcraft. A community called Dying Laughing. Yeah, but again, right? Is that a community on just one server or something? Because if you're not on his server, he can't really play with you, can he? Or he's got to try and find somebody from that to get invited to it cross-realm, cross-server. I know they're all X-ROM, I know that. But what I mean is, how's he going to find these people to get a hold of them? As a new player, bear in mind, he won't know they exist. These are what I'm talking about. Is that you've got to think of barriers to entry. There's so many barriers here to entry, and he also doesn't use add-ons. He said, I'm not downloading add-ons. He said, I don't fucking like them. He'd got no add-ons for Classic, that were fine. He'd got no add-ons levelling up through Season Discovery, but then level 25 kept asking for pauses, so he just got fucked off and left. And then at max level, again, they asked him for pauses and mythic keys, and they probably would have said, what add-ons have you got or whatever. Probably could have checked him, found out he hadn't got any. And in TWW, it X-ROM guilds. TWW? Total War Warhammer? Huh? Yeah, but what I'm saying is, Si, he is not going to know to go on Google to look for a community that he doesn't know that exists. He's not going to know that. The War Within. Alright, okay. It's got the same fucking abbreviation as Total War Warhammer. He's not going to know that, though. He's not going to know to Google something called NOP or Dying Laughing and find a community on a game he knows nothing about. You've got to think of a brand spanking new player who's never played World of Warcraft ever. All they've done is heard of the game series. Because some of the players that are coming up in the future that want to play World of Warcraft will be exactly like that. They're going to be brand spanking new and won't have a clue what any of this shit is, including add-ons. They won't know any of this. And if Blizzard can't get it to a point where they don't need this, they're not going to have any new players. They'll all be gone. Stan Laughing won't that community me and Nick's help new players, and NOP is no pressure. No pressure. Don't get me wrong, I like it that some people might be doing that and helping new players out, but he's got to find these things. As a brand spanking new player, you've got to class his WoW knowledge at 0. Put him at exactly 0. Assume that he knows nothing. He don't need to find these things, he ain't got a clue. I don't think he even uses Discord, to be completely honest with you. He sent me a text. And it's one of the biggest new player community, Facebook WoW communities. He uses Facebook, but he doesn't use Facebook for WoW, if that makes sense. So he wouldn't ever even think about searching for World of Warcraft on Facebook. He uses it to speak to his family and a few friends. I'm on there with him. It's not that he wouldn't be able to get on a Facebook page. He wouldn't know to look for it. That's what I'm saying. He wouldn't have any idea to look for it. You've got to think he's a very basic gamer. Back in the day with me, he used to play ARPGs, like a bit of Diablo 2. And I do say a bit. Bear in mind the guy's got 2 kids, but he's now divorced. And that's why he's got some free time now. Because he's divorced, him and his missus are split up, and kids are obviously with her, and he gets them every other weekend. And he basically has got a bit more free time, so we thought he'd try an MMO. You can't blame the player base if people don't want to search. I'm not saying he wouldn't search, he wouldn't know to search. But I can blame the player base when they ask a new player for parsers. I can blame the player base when they ask a new player for Mythic Plus keys. I can blame them for that. It's part Blizzard's fault and it's part theirs. And that is a toxic elitist player base that shouldn't exist in any MMO. Any of them. That shouldn't be in any MMO at all. Ever. MMOs aren't an esport. As much as people want them to be in some cases, it is not an esport. CSGO is an esport. League of Legends is an esport. MMOs are not an esport. They're not designed that way. Mythic Plus score is now in game. I thought Mythic Plus score was in game anyway, wasn't it? Bear in mind, I don't know Mythic Pluses. I think Mythic Pluses are shit. They're crap content for me. I'd go as far as Mythic Zero and that's it. Mythic Pluses to me are shit. I think I did a few keys in Shadowlands. I did I think a Mythic 7. Something like that. I don't care about Mythic Pluses. I come from original WoW, where dungeons were used to get gear to go into raids. Once I can raid, I no longer need dungeons. That's the way I look at it. Dungeons, to me, aren't interesting PvE content. I like raiding, and until they got rid of it, I like the Brawlers Guild. And then if they bring in these delves, hopefully these delves are going to be quite good. I'd like them to bring back something like a Mage Tower or Torghast, but change it and make it so it's not a chore. Make it fun. Make it kind of like Plunderstorm. But rather than it being PvP, make it PvE. Make it something fun where you can get endgame gear from something like Torghast or Mage Tower and you can do it solo. And then you ain't got to go and meet all these elitist toxic assholes. And don't get me wrong as well, it's not every single person that's toxic. But a lot of the people now that are left on retail are. That's the issue. A lot of them on retail are your toxic elitist assholes. You know, when we were doing our guild, and we had ours together, the one guy, I can understand why I was looking for a guild, because he's probably a bit of a dickhead and probably kicked him from his guild. He had like 9 characters, all quite well geared, all different classes. And the problem were, he got a different name for every single character. They weren't the same name. Like somebody has you might have Cytrox 1, somebody might have Cytrox 2, or you might have Cytrox Druid, or something like that. You might keep something of your name the same. This guy had 9 different named characters. And I'd messaged him on 9 characters. And he sent me a reply back saying, "Will you fuck off?" He said, I crap better progress than your guild. And I'm like, dude, you're not even doing the content that we're doing. He's like, that's not my main. I'm like, well, why are you looking for a guild on 9 different characters then, you knobhead? Maybe look for it on 1 character and then invite all your alts. Because most guilds will do that. They'll take your main and invite your alts and give you alt rank. Pretty much every guild does that. So he was looking for it on 9 things, and I think of his characters, 7 of them weren't even doing our level of content. There were only 2 of them that were. There were 2 that were in Mythic. And they're not the ones I messaged. I messaged the ones that were doing our content, or lower, as this case. And this guy was like a right elitist, toxic arsehole. I was like, I can see why they fucking kicked you from your guild, mate, and I blocked him. People like that rile me up, like thinking, oh, I'm better than you because I'm doing this. No, you're not. You're not better than me at all. You don't know anything about me. All you know is that you've been in Mythic raiding guilds, and for all we know, your guilds were carrying you, and that's why you're guildless looking for a guild. Otherwise, you'd still be in your guild. So it's people like that. When you can play Gladiator content, you can do any content in the game. If you can play against Gladiator ranked players that I played against, no content is beyond you. You can do the content. You've got to react faster in PvP than you ever have to react in PvE. By far. Players that are good at the top level, like Venruki, like Bajira, they will fucking smoke your ass and make it look easy doing it if you fucking lax for even a second. I don't need to be told, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that. I fucking know what I can and can't do. And Mythic is definitely doable for me. It just, obviously, the one thing that would grind me down would be having to wipe a lot on Mythic bosses. But I know that's part of the game. That's how it works. Unless you're in, like, Liquid and Liquid and Echo, you're not going in one-shot in a Mythic boss. And even they don't, for some of them. Some of them they do. But most Mythic bosses will cause them to wipe at least once. But they get them in the hardest form. The other guilds don't. And I wouldn't be on their level. But I could easily do Mythic content if I wanted to. But it's not what I want to do. And I want to play my community. Most of my community are going to be casual players that are on Mythic content level. I'd rather play at their level and have fun with them. Then Rookie's wash nowadays. If you're a former Gladiator dude, you're never truly washed. A former Gladiator will still smoke your ass. If he's been a former multiple Gladiator, like I have, and you haven't, he would still beat you in a 1v1. Same gear, 1v1, he'd just outclass you. That's just how Gladiators go. Unless you've been a Gladiator and you've played at that level, you don't even know. There's not even a scale to judge how good those players are. There's not. You don't actually know until you fought them. We came second in our battle group in Season 3. And we faced some very good players. No, I'm not saying, I said if you haven't. You have been, that's fine. But there's a lot of people that haven't. That's why the Gladiator achievement is like 0.2%. The vast majority of people haven't been Gladiator. And the vast majority of people will never be a Gladiator. They haven't got the skill to do it. And people like Venruki, he's like me. He's been a multiple Gladiator. When you've been a multiple Gladiator, you can fuck up people. If somebody came at him and goes, oh, you've got this advantage because of so-and-so, no, it's because he's just a better player than you. It's like when you see people like Snuts, Peo. I mean, I don't think Bajira's really as hardcore now as used to be. Swift used to do some back in the day. Swifty weren't that hardcore about it, I don't think. I think he did get Gladiator a few times, though. Does PS Hero still do PvP? So I know he was big at one point back in the day. Zico's another good one. He's a Blizzard champion. Guys that we used to have in our battle group, we had Black Wand, we had Knife, or Knife or Nightmare. We used to have this Tauren warrior called Liam. I used to fucking hate Liam. He was a good player. He really were. I didn't hate him. Hate him was a bit strong. But he were frustrating to play against. But I don't know what's happened this last year or so, though. I mean, gaming industry as a whole has taken a bit of a hit in terms of, like, all these layoffs. And I don't understand why. Because didn't we have, like, a record-breaking sale year for some companies? Some of the games sold ridiculous in these last couple of years. They did so well. You've got a potential re-emergence of RTS games. That'll be fun to see. called the CEOs. I mean, don't get me wrong. When when they got rid of Bobby Kotick from World of Warcraft, I was so happy. Because Bobby was basically more from Activision than he was from Blizzard. When he acquired Blizzard, that's when the game started to go downhill. And he started acquiring Blizzard midway through Cataclysm. And Cataclysm lost almost 3 million subscribers in one expansion. That's how bad it was. It went from 12 to 9. Just under 9, I think, actually. And then it had a slight increase at the start on MOP. And then it started to decline again. Declined even further when they released the Siege of Orgrimmar raid, which was the first Mythic raid. And then it obviously hit rock bottom in Wards of Draenor, where it slumped to about 5.5 million. And then Legion went back up to 7.5, and I think it's close to that now. Apparently it's about 7.25 million, something like that, in terms of subscribers. Yeah, WoD was bad. WoD was really, really bad. They went and tried something with WoD, and to this day, I still don't know what they were trying. To be honest, I think the War Within will help a lot. I'm on it. I'll be honest with you. I'm not one of these people who wants WoW to die. Not like I do Diablo. Diablo, I think, should have died at the end. Well, in Diablo 3 should have been created. Basically, my opinion. Diablo 2 and Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction should have finished the IP, finished the game. If they wanted to make another game in Diablo, it should have been called Sanctuary. And they should have based it on the world. And then made new heroes and new protagonists, and made all new villains. Not called Diablo, not the Primevals. Because they were dead, they were done for. Diablo's just gone down the shitter. It's garbage. But I've got high hopes for the War Within. And I'm hoping with Chris Metzen's hand, one of the OGs, that he's going to start and fix up some of the big problems in the game. I'm hoping that's something that will happen. I hope that. Because World of Warcraft's always going to have a special place in my heart. Always will do. And I want the game to be good. But it's not. And the worst thing is when people argue about it and say, oh, that's your opinion. No. My opinion is correct. If the game was good, you wouldn't have lost 5 million players. It won't be in the toilet. And then 5 million players at the time. Different now where you've got a split player base. Because you've got Retail, Season of Discovery and Classic. It was different when there was just one game mode. And that's all they could play. But if Retail's at 1.5 million thereabouts, maybe a shade under, for that to even get back to say 5 million by itself is going to be a Herculean task. It's possible. It's not impossible. It could maybe even get back to like vanilla standards and go back to like 6 million. That quadruple its player base, which would be massive. And I would hope that for Retail. In my opinion, Retail should be the biggest player base on the game. Then it should be Season of Discovery, and then it should be Classic. But at the moment, it's the opposite way around. It's Classic, Season of Discovery, and Retail. And I'd like Retail to be good again, because I'd like to go back and continue with the story and play some of the raids. But they've got to make some improvements. They really, really have. I think making all the content viable and make it so gear doesn't go out of date. Because you must know this side, Chocks. If you've got gear, right, that you acquire in, say, a Madrasil, so in Dragonflight now, and then you go into War Within, and you've got questing gear that can outdate your epics and your raid gear. Why should that be a thing? Why shouldn't your gear be on par with what comes out in the War Within raids and the War Within Mythic Pluses? Because you can still acquire that gear and see if it's got better passives, see if it's got a better set bonus. It doesn't have to completely invalidate your gear. That's not a reason though, buddy. Next X-Pack doesn't make it another reason. People are still going to do the content anyway because they want to play the new raid bosses. They want to kill them and bring them down. See what cool item sets they've got. The gear doesn't have to be that much better that all your raid gear from a previous raid is then shit. Because that basically means that somebody in Questing Greens could basically pretty much go in and almost solo Farak by himself. That's not good. And this is part of these borrowed power systems, again. This borrowed power crap and all these weird systems they've got that are temporary. It's shit. All the time. And I think every time they've done that, they've missed the mark. Every single time they bring like a borrowed power system. I mean, fucking Covenants in Shadowlands. Oh my god. I don't know who thought that up, but I hope they got sacked. I really do. But other than World of Warcraft and Plunderstorm, Si, what games have you been playing? Have you played or else? Have you dabbled at all? I've been enjoying Last Epoch. Last Epoch's fantastic. FIFA. I've been enjoying an ARPG called Last Epoch. Fantastic game. You only have 5 abilities, just 5, and every ability when you choose it, you choose them at I think like 5. I think it's 5, 15. Something like that. Is it 5, 10, 15? I think it's 35 and 50. And when you choose an ability, it unlocks like a passive skill tree for that ability. And there's ways you can make it better, but ways you can tailor it to how you want it to work. So you can make it maybe do flame damage, or poison damage, or necrotic damage. You can make some of your monsters have more health, or rather than something more than having more health, you can summon more of them. So you can have like either a few really powerful skeletons, or you can summon a fucking army of loads of weaker ones and just mob your enemies. And I love how they've done it. It's so good. And the complex part of the game is the crafting. I haven't really got into the crafting yet. I'm doing more at the end game. But as for the skill trees, they're brilliant. I think that's an idea they should incorporate into World of Warcraft. So if they had like 7 to 10 abilities, each ability then has its own passive skill tree. And from that skill tree, you can only get so much of the skill tree, but you can tailor it to how you want. So then you've got your spec, but then from your spec, you have these passives to make these certain spec-based abilities better. Because that could be really, really cool. Because I would like to play, because I haven't got Necromancer in World of Warcraft for some reason, I don't know why. But I would love to play either a Warlock or a Death Knight with like a full minion build. Where you can just have all minions. Zombies, skeletons, you've got your abomination thing that the thingy has. With your Warlock, you can have your imps, your fell hunters, your succubus, your fell guard, whatever it's called, and the infernal. But then something like a passive for the infernal could be, it doesn't dissipate anymore, doesn't like, you can't lose control of it. So you can keep the infernal round permanently. It can be like your main tank sort of thing. That'd be awesome. Just wading in with a bunch of fucking monsters. And all you're doing, really, is casting the odd spell, or maybe like debuffing the enemy, or cursing them or something. And then monsters just going in and going fucking ham. I love that, it'd be so good. Full lazy boy mode. I don't mind stuff like that at all. Just go full on laze. And then the thing is as well, when you're like avoiding mechanics, if you've got an army full of minions, because minions are generally immune to like AoE abilities, aren't they, for the most part, or they take like massive reduced damage. Your minions can just stay on the boss dealing damage while you avoid the mechanics. So you can just do your job and avoid the mechanics and do it more properly, and your minions just pump out damage onto the boss. I'd love that. It'd be so good. I think that's something they should bring into World of Warcraft. It should be an option there. Only for like certain classes. Obviously, Death Knight would be obvious one, and then your Warlock. There could maybe do something with elementals for like a mage. Make like an elemental mage summoning spec. Yeah, demon. Obviously, it'd be a demonology, yeah. But you can't like have all the minions out at the same time permanently. You're only allowed to have one. Obviously, the balance reason would be for PvP, because otherwise it'd be fucking insane. But I don't give a fuck about PvP. Not anymore. But I think that'd be really fun for PvE. I think it'd be fucking awesome. And then if they do bring in a necromancer, one of them should be based on raising creatures, like having like an undead mini army. That'd be really, really cool. And then you could even have like example, the Infernal. If the Infernal didn't lose control and go on a rampage, if you had an ability to keep it from going on a rampage, your Infernal could also be like almost like an off tank. So like if your tanks die, your Infernal could have like a taunt ability, taunt the boss, and the Infernal being quite tanky itself could even survive for a while. And because it's a pet, like all so the healers can heal the Infernal, and that could even keep up. That'd be fucking awesome. It'd be so cool. Anyways, I'm get ready to go eat. Go for it, buddy. Go have a good one. Go have a good one. But I've loved talking today with it. I think it's been good getting out some of the things. I think it's been mentioned some topics. I'm not sure what I'll do next week, whether I'll do Game Talk or do something else, like the Game Talk the week after. Then it gives me more time to find more topics. Because I think 1 week is probably not enough to like find enough topics to talk about. I need probably a bit more time. And then we can have a big old chat about it. But yeah, I think I've mentioned most things I want to mention. There are a few other things, but they're not so much gaming related. They're things I'm going to be talking about probably in the video. But I think what I'll do is I'll probably call it here for today as well. And I'll be back on Friday with some Lethal Company. But there is a video going up at 7 o'clock as normal, which I think is the next one of... it is Last Epoch. So Last Epoch's up at 7 o'clock. So I'm going to love and leave you guys. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe. And I will catch you all in the next stream. And I'll speak to you all soon. See you later, B-Man. And I will catch you soon, my brother.